Boom. Cool. Yeah, I kind of just want to go Yakov Shameless, to be honest. I think we'll just go for whatever. I just don't think there's another first round that's really worth catching, but oh, yeah, the round 2s are fun, though. Maybe we do just go... We could just follow Showtime in a match he's likely very easily going to win, but then we at least get to be lined up for him versus Beyond after. Maybe we do that. Maybe we actually do that. Why not? Because at least then, like I say, we're in the same right section for where we want to be. Usually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, well, that's Showtime for an invite. How's everyone doing? Well, hope everyone is doing great. Thank you for joining us. Pleasure to be with you all today. Covering some Kung Fu Cup action, of course, as Showtime does have a lobby, so let's hop into that. Perfect. Showtime versus Choi Galaxy. Gonna be definitely a more one-sided matchup. I mean, Showtime's definitely a big favorite here, but let's see how it goes. Let's see what happens. And like I say, the main thing we're looking at is that Showtime Beyond second round matchup, which has the potential to be rather juicy. So I'll get that going in a moment. Hope again everyone is doing well. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us early on for the Kung Fu Cup right at the beginning. Countdown is good, so we are ready to go into lockdown for the opening game today. Showtime against Choi Galaxy. I don't know much about Choi Galaxy. They're oftentimes signed up to a lot of these events, but I don't necessarily, yeah, I recognize their name because I see them in the first round of cups. Hard to say if I've ever actually casted them, though. As we get into the top right side. With the red Protoss player, Showtime will be the favorite for this opening match. And in the bottom left, our underdog will be Choi Galaxy. Beyond faces the winner of this, which is why we're in this one. We follow the winner in versus Beyond. Likely a Showtime Beyond second round matchup. Sounds like a lot of fun. Hey Wardy, it's the compliment shirt. It is the compliment shirt. People haven't been complimented as much lately, though, so now I feel like it's fallen off a little bit, you know? I feel like it's fallen off from what it used to be. Yeah. Crazy business. Alright, Showtime is obviously going to be the one we've really got our eyes on. He's the one who is the pro here. Let's see what he comes up with over the course of a couple games of PvZ where he's heavily favored. See if he shows us anything in particularly interesting. There's a good chance that maybe he doesn't. There's a gateway assimilator all building up right now. The probe continuing through as well. And just going to get the drone continuing to build up. A couple drones continuing to build up on the side of Choi Galaxy. So bringing that all into place. We'll just have this probe obviously playing the blocking game. Is already the hatchery going down from Choi Galaxy on the third location. So Showtime's already achieved what he wanted to here with his initial probe block. And just going to check around the main base to see what else is going on as well. Probe comes back over in this direction. Just going to be nibbling around the back of the mineral lines for a few seconds. So, again, putting some work in, just trying to be a little bit of an annoyance in the early stages. Next is Cybercore, both building up. And yeah, like I say, just kind of following the probe for a few moments. As the Cybercore, the Nexus, and company all come online. So again, we bring a lot of that up and into place here. I'm just going to see this probe getting back and away. I'm escaping out of there for a couple more seconds. And yeah, going to be going back over to just double check on things. I mean, again, just a lot of making sure everything is good early. Showtime not going to be taking too many weird scenarios or anything. Just like I say, wants to make sure he gets into a very good, comfortable position. A couple of lings will now start to chase the probe back the other way, so we start to push that back in the other direction. And that should really lead us to about everything that we've got going on right now. That is the excitement. That is the excitement of it all. Alright, probably gets back home. We have got the Adept on the map, so this will be our new point of interest for the next few moments instead. And bring this around. Couple of devs is going to continue to come about one more time here to see what else we've got going on. And they will just sit behind the mineral line. I'm going to pull off over in this direction. A couple of drones going to end up pulling away already as well, so I'm just going to pull away from that for a couple seconds too. And the Zergling's actually going to come in for a little bit of an attempted grab, and only 2 drones is reasonable so far. Is it going to be any more than that, or is that where we're just going to be happy to let it settle? So that actually does get away. Fortress very quickly from Showtime, so actually going to have 3 gates and a Forge early, so very gateway heavy, very gateway centric. So I would presume quite a high sentry count going to be coming in on this one, so let's see if that's something that works as well. I'd say, like I say, a bit of a different style from Showtime. We are going to see the lair coming up from him. 5 drones, a couple of overlords coming about as well. Just at the moment, Rotron and the Extractor coming down. So lair, Rotron, Extractor all coming into place. Overlord chilling over here for a couple of moments. Yeah, it's just super sentry heavy from Showtime. So very sentry heavy, very kind of unique take on what we've been seeing lately. Obviously, sentry force fields have been buffed a little bit because the Ravagers now have to 2-shot them with the corrosive bars to break them down. We haven't really seen many people actually truly be successful. I think if you do want to play sentry heavy, the success actually oftentimes comes from the aggression still, and hence good to see Showtime is going to be poking forward a little bit because you are giving up a lot of other pressure that could be happening in the game to build these sentries. What's coming down, the Zerglings can't really get through just yet. I mean, you kind of want a few Zerglings to get through because you want those Zealots to start taking fights against low number Zerglings initially. Took ourselves to this corner. I would imagine we also want to get to a point here where we're able to clean up the drones that were stuck in. The drone's actually going to come back over here as this attack from Showtime is putting in the work, to say the least. The sentries are going to be getting it done. GG, well played. Showtime's sentry force finds again number 1. All right. Alright, we're gonna get this going. Let's dive into game number 2 here, guys. As one incredible timing. It was pretty sick. Obviously, Showtime is also going to be a favorite here. That part should go again without. I say without saying, we've obviously mentioned a couple of times, but Showtime is a definite favorite in this scenario too. So keeping that in mind, he is definitely expected to do well here, even if it is with some slightly stranger styles. There's yeah, probe stepping over. Well, probe, just gonna block the drone once again. Just gonna stop this from being a hatchery super easily, at least. Probe's gonna patrol there. The hatchery comes down over the left-hand side for a couple of moments. Gateway about to finish up. The hatch in the pool coming up as well. A couple more drones continue to build by as we just have ourselves the Nexus dropping in from Showtime. I'm going to pop that in onto the natural expansion, so bring that into place. Probe continues to nibble for a little bit. Yeah, this probe obviously still sticking around. Wait for our Cybercore to finish. We'll get our first unit across the map from Showtime to truly try and make something happen. And probe moving through. A couple queens in that Overlord. A few lings on the way out. Everything getting normalized now. And we'll see what our adepts can do this time as the first one already settles to move out. And down to the bottom side of the map again. Lings would just like to try and get after that probe. We chase for a little longer. Hatchery does go down on the natural. Against the adept shooting. A couple of lings taking some damage. And the adept in the warp gate just continue to build into place. The adept is going to come die. Go after a couple of those drones. Try and see what's up. Again, hatchling speed. The few drones continue about. The probes and the adept in the warp gate all coming across. These two adepts have not been able to be as successful as the last time just yet, although they will now find multiple drones here. And there's no lings nearby, so we get 2 drones and we just get away without losing anything, which is obviously extremely powerful. 2 adepts going to gather up, just going to shade once again. Away they go. See what our Clem can find. Obviously a bit more standard this time from Showtime, just going into the Stargate rather than the heavy gateway sentry count. just going to be using the Oracle, is already feasting upon these drones again. Showtime a favorite, and if he wins this, he plays against Bjorn. That's kind of what we're watching this first round for, just so we can get that next round set up. We can follow straight into that. That is the idea, at least. An Oracle, a couple of depths in the Nexus coming through, extra drones in the Spore Crawler. Coming around as well, still getting the pylon. Or two being added on, the assembly again added once more. Bottom side, those couple of Oracles will poke around a little bit as well. One triple Oracle together. It's going to come moving around for a few moments, so we just settle in there. Oracle's going to turn once again. The Adepts have shaded up to the high ground. There's not even that many Zerglings to really deal with this right now, so that is not looking ideal to say the least. GG well plays Troy Galaxy. Showtime 2-0. And into the next round of the Kung Fu Cup, as we kind of expected. Like I say, not really too surprising of a result in that regard. Alright, we will head into our actual matchup that we really wanted to cast at Showtime Bjorn. As soon as Bjorn gets here, get some videos done and get this TVP starting. Coolio. Alright, Showtime Bjorn. It's a fun bracket today. I don't have a little peek at the bracket, guys. So what it looks like. So we've got T1 herO on the top. We'll likely play against Rex. And then we've also got Shin versus Zaun, very likely in the top side. Bjorn versus Showtime is what we're going to cast now. Classic will play Ryung, very likely. Clem will play Yakov or Shameless. herO plays Nightmare, Rogue plays likely Cyan, and then Solar plays Percival or Shadowne. Now, obviously, some of those guys are favorites, some of them are not, which is why we named them as such. Obviously, upsets can happen. If I said someone is likely to play someone, obviously it may happen in a certain way. As we'll get the Beyond Showtime match ready to go in just a little bit, guys. Bringing this around very soon. Video's already done even. So we're going to be able to kick this off into Beyond vs. Showtime. We have ourselves a little bit more of a competitive one on this time around. In the top right-hand side is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be in round 2 of the Kung Fu Cup today. Shopify Rebellions Beyond. This takes on the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner. We have ourselves Showtime. Yeah, I haven't seen Showtime too much on this new patch since Home Story Cup, so wondering a bit what this is going to look like. Well, seeing what the guys want to get up to. And it's definitely been a pretty fun player to watch in this patch as well. It's been definitely a player who loves the 300cc business as well, right? So it's definitely been a positive for him. Rope comes over and nibble at the SCV. Engineering bay and the barracks continue to build. Putting the investment into blocking the Nexus is interesting. Obviously, it's a bit tougher to defend nowadays, and especially if you're kind of relying on gateway units rallying out from your base. Taking the third base when you get engineering bay blocked does not feel as okay as it did before, because beforehand, you know, you're taking the third base, you're typically expecting a warp in defense here if you need it anyway. But now a lot of the pros players are playing this non-warp gate style, but well, you know, non-warp gate kind of defense, you just kind of build a lot of like, you know, gateways and kind of go from there. But if you're going to do that, then it's kind of strange, right? Because if you're going to do that, if you're going to build them, like, then this base becomes a lot more difficult to defend, because then you'd have to come from the main down over here to defend. So I do think it's going to be a little bit of a funky one. Let's see what we do. See what happens. Fire council coming about. Stalker warp gate, the probes coming over as well. Fire council is about to finish. Just got the factory coming online here as well. Orbital command coming up in the main base, so that's going to be his natural. Ready to get to the low ground very shortly. We are just going to be seeing the tech lab, starport. Couple more Marines in the SCV coming over as well. Reactor setting up on the factory for a moment or two longer as well. Tech lab into position. The orbital command is going to lift off, move down, and get ready to go onto the natural. The Stalker poking at the Reaper, which is going to force. The Reaper is dead. Warp gate coming out, because you can see the gateway and the robot facility coming around. Siege tank, Marines, and the medevac. Going to continue to produce through. Just having our blink again, about halfway done for a couple of moments. The LCV is going to transfer down the low ground. Adept's just poking. Can't imagine it's going to want to commit in with so many Marines nearby, though. So yeah, I don't think anything's going to really be of much love there. Just going to see the Marines coming about. Settle for a second. Tank is obviously going to put a bit of work in here as well, trying to get some damage done as we have this siege up on this base. So, position to see some success here potentially as we do see the tank. That blink dome gets taken out. The battery put in some serious work. We get the medevac as well, though. There's going to be a new siege tank in a moment, though, and that has me a little bit concerned as to whether or not this is going to be enough. But then we actually have our stalkers just blinking through. We get rid of that tank already, so it actually looks as though this might just be okay. In fact, we might just be all right. Defense from Showtime. Bjorn's army push back. That's a good hold from Showtime here early. Put him into a nice, decent spot. Yeah, I could have absolutely gone a lot worse for Showtime, who now feels the opportunity to get across the map aggressively as well. Kind of goes very aggressive into this natural, which I understand given the way in which things have been kind of setting up here. But it is a little scary. And there's a good few stalkers, and there's another tank on this high ground, so I think we just got to not continue this aggression. I think it's just, we've already had enough kind of done. I think we just got to back away from this right now and be okay with that scenario, and Showtime is showing that restraint. He's not going to commit any further forward just yet. The Stalker's going to stay active out around the map, so again, they will hang out over here for a few moments. Take some time. Just going to be seeing the stim pack, the +1 continuing through command center, halfway done. Again, Robo Bay is going to begin building. That gateway coming up. Couple slots, the +1 attack and the charge. Continue to build along as well. Looking good here across the board at the moment. Actually, there's a few workers though. The Banshee shows up. Gun's been doing this a lot lately. The single cloakless Banshee shows up a bit of an odd timing, but if you have no reason to, have preemptively made defense here, this Banshee has a lot of potential. Probably could have gone for another probe there. Does get out alive though, so now actually has the potential of coming back in again later, so that is also a very good way for this to play. Throughout on the map is never a bad thing, and that's a good few probes as Bjorn definitely needing something to help him pick him up a little bit after the early game was not exactly ideal for him. We do have combat shield, concussive shell, +1 coming up right now. Against impact is on its way, finishing fairly soon. And if those bio upgrades complete, we'll see if Bjorn feels comfortable moving out again. Again, it was still a rough early game for him, so I can't imagine he's going to be feeling great about that possibility. Let's see the bio gathering up. The tank's going to be right here. And the thermal lance just about halfway done. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack is starting up. That concussive shell is about to finish. Yo, thank you, Ian. How you doing? 65-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the resub. As our claws are going to gather forwards, the Zal's are going to step up as well for a couple of moments as well here. We're seeing the rest of this continue to come around. Who else is going to be in reach? A couple of these STVs already beginning to go down as well, so trying to just see what else we got happening. A couple of bio shots going the other way. And try and keep this back at bay for the moment as well. And we do have, for now at least, Bjorn able to keep his opponent away. And this Banshee shows back up. This is now a 10-kill Banshee. So 10 workers down. This Banshee having an absolutely amazing time. Wow. And that's pretty crazy. That's so much damage dealt. As the Bio Viking Medevac force gathers up together as well. Just going to regroup for a few moments. So Stalker looking to start poking forward a little bit. We'll see some Bio stimming back in return. The Vikings trying to get after the Colossus here. And the Zealots are still going to charge on through. I mean, the tank's able to do enough. We see those Zealots going to keep on dropping down. Colossus still getting blasted for the moment. Well, it's going to be a defense from Bjorn. He is going to be successfully able to push this back, so Showtime is not going to get through here. Is not going to succeed. While Stalker's poking out the front, the +3 attack upgrade, the armor upgrade coming through. 4 more zealots on the way. Engineering Bay and Armory both coming up with this over in the main base as well. Oh, rocks are going to get knocked down. Blocks off the retreat pathway to the bottom left, but also, I mean, a couple of zealots were kind of stuck behind there. Gun is going to keep chasing forward. The Colossus are in trouble. If the Colossus goes down, there's not going to be enough damage output here for Showtime to really stick around. The Gateway units are not going to stand up on their own in these kind of numbers. This army was heavily reliant on the splash damage, as now a reset down to 1 Colossus in this game, and Bjorn continuing to take good fights. He's putting himself into a better and better position here so far, and is looking to build on that as he presses forward now with Bio, Vikings, and Ghosts at the moment. Step through, a couple of probes already going down. EMP lands onto some of those L's. The Colossus just dies to the Vikings. You don't have enough anti-air to stop it, which is kind of a statement in itself. When the Vikings can just kind of fly through like that and just target the Colossus down, it's a little disastrous. Upgrades are very good for Showtime, by the way. He's 2-1 with 3-2 on the way, and Bjorn only just started 2-1. So that's maybe one of the more notable things right now, is that Bjorn at least will have an upgrade deficit, and that maybe gives Showtime a shot to hold on with lesser numbers of units at certain points of this. Definitely seems like it could be a possibility as the Zealots come around, making their way up top and getting ready to get some more work done. Extra barracks on the way through. The fusion core now building. Again, the +2 attack, a +1 armor, all building up as well. Showtime getting the warp gates into place. Game will settle. Few moments. Next is in the bottom right hand side. Showtime will finish +3, so he's going to maintain an entire set of upgrade advantage here as he gets ready to push around once again. Still not loving Showtime's army comp. Just very Zealot Stalker heavy, but then only the 1 Colossus. Just looks a little bit like of a... It just looks... I don't know, like this army doesn't fill me with confidence that it's going to go out and win a fight, you know, just at a glance. When the Ghosts gather up, we will just see a big swing of units up around the top side, ready to attack in. EMP's coming down. The Zealots are going to take some shots. You're going to see the Bio trying to step forward. And a refinery over on that left side of the base. More Viking shots continue to come through. There's the attempted split of Showtime over to the right side, but there's actually quite a lot of Bjorn over here, so I mean, Showtime did get a warp in to help this out. With 1 Colossus, I mean, even just a bit of splash here goes a long way. Stalkers will help the chase a lot. We do drop a couple of EMPs down quickly. This army is going to keep chasing through. The Planetary Fortress has to come in to help us. Then we're starting to build up the mass command centers. We might, I was going to say, I may cancel a couple of them here, but he would rather retreat away and just guarantee his units out alive. Showtime is expanding in both corner bases, so he's obviously going to feel pretty good about his own economy. He has access to the bases he absolutely wants to have access to right now. That is definitely a big step one in this situation. Army gathers back. Just going to be seen again. The Stalker's poking forward. A little EMP comes down already. He's going to land right away. Just going to have the Vikings trying to push forward as well. Stalker's going to have to blink back out of here. And again, another scanner coming down. Liberators continuing to build on up, so we are going to have more and more control. It's going to be a difficult army for Showtime to really push forward through. That's going to become the, a big concern as this game progresses. defense tower looking to come down here. And the Bioforce comes around. A couple of Zelds get chased away. Force is still gathering, and the Liberators will be getting themselves sieged up. I've yet to see kind of Showtime's army really look convincing to me. Like, 15 DTs warped in, so he is, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it's an army that's meant to kind of run forward, kind of die a bit, rebuild, go again, but I just don't see him making any progress, and I feel like the game that we've watched so far has been exactly that as well. He's really been making no progress in each and every one of these fights. The DTs on the right side are going to put some work in, that's fair enough. But then you've got 15 DTs worth. I mean, that's like a massive investment. Like, this is so rich of a move. These DTs need to blink the heck out of there. He's got the upgrades. He does have the upgrades on the fusion core. Man, it's kind of like old school. Not really old school, but like a bit of an out-of-date style, this older PvT where you have such a heavy kind of Dark Templar warp in. I feel like it's tough to afford that many DTs now. I mean, Showtime afforded them. I mean, in part, that's why his army still feels kind of poor, right? Like, this could have been money towards other tech. You know, I'm looking at the Liberator count. I think we've got to think about it, at least think about the concept of, do we have a way to get towards, like, Tempest? Because it's just that many Liberators already in play. DTs are having a bit of a messy time. Once the scan is out, yeah, the DTs just don't do anything that they need to. The one good thing I saw from Showtime here was that beyond the Vikings are landed on the ground over to the left, not over towards these 4 Colossus on the right side. So maybe that gives Showtime an actual pushing lane, which he can punish Beyond for being out of position on. I do like that Showtime starts out Disruptors in. I think he needs something that has a little bit more oomph in the army. Don't get me wrong, the Colossus can be okay, but if they start to have trouble, then you're at a bad time. The Disruptor is also big because they can push units out of the way, so you can then kind of deal with the Liberators a bit more easily as well. We're going to kill every Viking, but it costs you all but one Colossus, and that Colossus alone is going to be low HP as well. Easily snipeable. Now we have got another one in production. Beyond straight back to Viking production, not letting himself be caught unawares on the Viking count. Another big round of DTs from Showtime in the upper left-hand corner. Focus just poke a little on that right side. Go back into the center. +3 ship weapons is building. Again, a bunch more Liberators and the Marauders all continue to come out. We are going to be seeing a... I mean, this pressure's been constant on the right side, but the defense has been there as well. This Lib's just been sat up and sieged and having an absolutely wonderful time. Stalker gun underneath the Liberator gets killed. Again, using the Disruptor to zone back. Try and just push the bio away so we can deal with other things. Even just kind of targeting the Vikings for a few moments is not a bad thing here. Yes, as they're still melting away. You've got DTs running up from this left-hand side. They're going to blink into this. Is there enough on the ground to deal with those Dark Templars? Stalker's now blinking through too. Much better fight from Showtime, swinging the momentum in his favor a little bit on that trade. Actually finding an engagement which kind of just worked for him. Took a little while, bought some time, but eventually kind of started whittling down the numbers, and then bam, his reinforcements hit, and it's strong. Now getting onto the Liberators before they really get to fire. That's efficiency. And Showtime maintains a 50 supply lead. Beyond does not have a massive bag, and hence he is going to have to say G to the G. Showtime is going to break through. Man, this was such a weird game. This really didn't feel like Showtime was making anywhere near enough progress at all in this game, but he was mega rich. He had those corner bases from super early in the game as well. GG's. Alright, we'll go into game 2 here then, guys. Second map coming up in a few moments. Yeah, never mind me. I thought Showtime really needed to look toward Tempest and so on, and Showtime was like, no, we're good, fear not, and he was correct. We should not have feared. We should not have feared. Crazy. Go getting hold. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn, who does find himself down a game at the beginning of this matchup, his first match of the day in the Kung Fu Cup. Showtime looking to capitalize on this lead, win this. This would take you through to round of 8 territory already if you win this one. We'll be going up against Classic. Classic already in the round of 8 as well, so he's had a pretty fast series. And he's already waiting in the quarterfinals for the winner of this series. I mean, to be fair, we had a longer game just then, so it's not super crazy that we are already having someone kind of waiting on the winner of this. Protoss come back. I mean, Showtime was in a great position early. It's just, I mean, it is weird because, like I say, it feels like he's losing trades. But again, he was mega rich. Every trade he took may have been bad, but he was keeping Bjorn scared so that Bjorn never once got out to really deny the bases of Showtime. So Showtime was able to just stay kind of rich forever. And that was good enough. I mean, there's also a few sets of DTs that I was not convinced by, but consistency paid off for Showtime that time around. Well, probe heads down. A couple workers onto the assimilator there. Warp gate coming up. The Stalker will be chrono boosting. Have ourselves the Marine just sitting on the ramp for a few moments. Few slow moments starting us off here. Wouldn't mind Orbital coming about the SCV and a couple of Marines coming through too. This Marine's just going to get underneath that hallucination. It's going to take some damage. A big deal ends up expiring anyway. And got all the information it would have been looking for early. So Showtime benefiting off the early sentry. And he's going to have another gate finishing at the front. Obviously no engineering bay block. Nexus on location this time around. And with the ramp up into that natural, I find it hard to believe that Bjorn would go for a very aggressive push super early in this game, akin to what he did last time around. Station goes out across to the top, heading in toward the main base. And just gonna see that medevac turn back away. Wouldn't mind gathering up. Tank and the Banshee settling in. It's going to be having that cloaking is on its way through. Yeah, what's up, Vidal? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 33-month resub on the prime time passes, but we keep coming back to some SC2. Hell yeah. It's definitely true. SC2 has a timelessness to it. I've been watching a lot of the games on the, obviously we have the WardiTV 24/7 channel. I've actually been watching a lot of the games because to me it's very cool kind of looking back on, StarCraft of old. So for me, it's been like a chance to like look back on a lot of these old games. And I mean, it's funny because it's like, I feel like games from 2019 don't even feel like they should be that old. Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't, like, I don't feel like games from 2019 should be that old, but it's like, it's actually 7 years ago, It's like, it was a different era. It's kind of crazy to A, think of that, and B, it's kind of really cool, like, again, watching these games, watching these players. I was watching a Maori time match earlier, and I was like, oh man, it's really crazy because actually, we didn't know it, but like that would become a World Championship matchup. And like, if you told someone that then, what the hell's just killed 10 workers? Banshee? Oh, sorry guys, Banshee got some work done. If you told anybody back then that this would eventually one day be a World Championship matchup, people would have been like, Maru against time? Like, what? And they'd be like, wow, so Maru's a world champion, huh? And you're like, no. Super crazy. These stalkers gather up. We are going to be seeing the Banshee coming around the left-hand side with the cloaking on the Banshee. Coming down over here, going to try and hit this mineral line. As we are going to see a couple probe shots already taking some hits, taking some damage. Is going to go down. The pylon going down actually gives you the the pylon going down gave the space needed for the stalkers to reach the Banshee, so there is a little bit of a benefit to this. Stalkers are gathering in the center. Showtime looking as though he may want to try and push a little bit. Against impact, combat shield, 1-1 upgrades all coming through. Thermal lens and the attack upgrade coming up as well. Stalkers going to get after the Widow Mine, trying to get after the Marauders as well. Push in, a couple of those SCVs already taking damage. Marauder goes down. The Stalker's going to end up blinking away for a few moments. On upgrades coming about. Marine Marauder Viking coming through. A couple of refineries are coming across as well. You can see those Stalkers blinking away down that right-hand side. The other Zealots, the Sentries, making their way up and across. The Colossus coming on into position. Fourth base on that left-hand side. And the Stalkers will step up a little bit here. 1-1 upgrades on the Thermal Lance coming through. The +2 attack and the Concussive Shell still building. We've got the couple of Vikings coming from the Starport. The Stalkers will fight. The couple of Marines going down as well. The Force Field Zealots are going to get charged forward. A couple of Stalkers already blinking back over those Force Fields. Now, both these Colossus starting to fire. A couple of those depots already taking hits. A couple of Marines going down. SCVs get blasted. Coming back once again, away down that right side. 2-2 upgrades on the way through. Marine Marauder Viking coming up also here. For the chance to push around. Showtime, this moment in the game where Pros typically feels pretty strong. Once you don't forget, Colossus do a little bit more damage to Marauders than they did before. Love the Stalkers getting in and pushing the Vikings back and down. That's massive, although we are eating some tank fire. Those two tanks on the left-hand side not being dealt with at all, and I think that's a massive mistake from Showtime, because those tanks put in some overtime work. They did so much damage. Colossus getting a bunch more Marines at the very end of this. The Vikings land a little early. This Colossus still up and running. As we actually, oh no, tell me we're going to get away with the 1 HP Colossus! It's going to survive, it's going to die to the Marauder. A new Colossus replaces it, but the rest of the army gone here. This was actually looking great for Showtime, but I really think these two tanks changed things. They did a lot of damage into the back lines of Showtime's army, so that when the Zealots ran out, everything else was on the verge of going down already. And that made it extremely pricey. Let's see if he's over to the right. 4th base coming down. Fire Force coming back over to the left side. This forward base is going to be in some trouble. Gets picked off. Zealot Stalker Colossus on the right side. Command Center picked away at here. The Vikings going to come through. Colossus. First one going to go down. Second Colossus going to go down as well. So we got a couple of kills here. The Stalkers and the Sentry still gathering up. 8 SCVs have fallen so far. Command Center still settling on the right side at the moment. That one Colossus almost lived to tell an insane tale. It would have been ridiculous if that got out alive. I mean, real talk for a moment. That would have been really crazy. It was meant to die, man. It was just meant to die. Pilot gets the probe, gets the pylon. Stalkers get in for the Marauder and the Marine. See the little EMP coming down. The Zealots getting caught. The Bio going to shoot their own. Wow, that's crazy. He doesn't clean these Zealots up because he's shooting at his own depot. So Bjorn helps the Zealots over on the right-hand side of the fight. Drop not doing much on this side, and now, I mean, the Zealots are still running rampant over here on a rebuilding base, and Showtime sits on the left side looking great. He built extremely well on the back of that earlier fight. Showtime looking good. He would be advancing to play PvP in the round of 8 against Classic. Not sure if we're going to jump in and cast some PvP. I'm not completely against it, but... Let's get over there. Zell gets picked off. Just going to see the medevac getting shot down as well. Easily picked. +3 attack upgrade coming through at the moment from Showtime. As he stays on a 40 supply lead. Just chipping his way through this base again, letting the Stalkers get after the Vikings at any possibility, any possible time. Oh, that disruptor shot does get denied at least. The Vikings are going to come in hard onto the Colossus here. Stalker's going to get rid of most of them. We lose one Colossus just about. It's crazy how quickly the Vikings can melt in the right, with the right target fire, right amount of Stalkers. Beyond, just not doing enough. A few Zealots are still in the front, so they're going to be tanky. The disruptor is a threat. The Colossus can layer damage in over time. Laser beams once again, just going to blink forward. The Stalkers going to try and push through, and the disruptor shot going to land just to splash things up a little further. Beyond is out in the round of 16, guys. This is not a comebackable position, I don't think. Well, if it is, it'd be disgusting. I mean, his army supply is not terrible. but he would have to somehow negate the 50 worker lead from Showtime. It's not like he's going to have so much army supply that he can just walk across the map and kill a load of probes and, you know, succeed from there. GG's has begun. Admitting defeat. Early exit for him from today's Kung Fu Cup, as Showtime is the one to power through. Like I say, he will play against Classic in the round of 8. Maybe we just go into that. I'm looking. A lot of the round of 8s could be mirror matches today. Clem could be playing Kua. herO could be playing Solo. These are if we're picking favorite, which is not necessarily a guarantee, of course. Let me hop on the Korean server and see if anything's hosting up, and if not, maybe we'll go for Showtime Classic and just cover that PvP. That will be likely to go soon. What's up, Face ML? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for all the streams. Thank you so much for supporting it. Can't log into Korea, so if there was a game, I'm probably going to miss it. I don't think there is anything ready to go, though, to be honest. I don't think there's anything ready to go. Yeah, everyone's in game already on Korea. You guys want to just watch Showtime Classic, and we'll just kind of reassess where we're at from there. Probably jump into a second quarterfinal into the semis. Obviously, once we get to the semifinals, we do matches 1 by 1. I think let's just jump into the PvP for now then, and let's do it like that. Thank you for joining us today. If you're on the YouTube, we already have YouTube viewerships popping a day. It's already at like 300 views in the first hour. That's actually wild. If you're enjoying on YouTube, like, subscribe. Super easy to do. Helps us out a bunch. And goes a long way to helping us out. We are very close to 50,000 YouTube subscribers. We got 49,000. I want to say 800. We might still just be below 800. Let's have a look. 49,804. So we're 196 away from the big 50K. So help us out over there. Appreciate it if you do. Classic Showtime PvP for us then, guys. It's not confident we go into the PvP by choice. I think it just makes sense on this one, because it'll be ready to go. Otherwise, we've got to figure out what else is going on soon. 300cc, so imbalanced. Yep. It's almost like we didn't see the part of the game where the 300cc kicks in. I mean, I think 300... The thing is like 300cc is obviously going to help Terran early game, but like, it's really silly in the later game where you just mass orbitals or you just mass command centers. Early game, I think it's nice, but Terran did need kind of pulling up a little bit in the early game. I think the reason a lot of people mean it is it's just they don't believe it's the right way to do that necessarily. Like I said, Classic Showtime is what we'll go into. And we'll just see what the second... We'll just cast this PvP and we'll probably end up with another quarterfinal after, or half of a quarterfinal into the semis. Kind of makes it easy for us. Kind of makes it easy for us. It's like Showtime is about a host. Alright, Classic readies. Hey, what's up, on Arbjorns? How you doing? Thank you so much for watching SC2 in the Arctic Sea. What a time to be. Thanks so much for the 41-month resub and for supporting Amongst the Seas. Oh, the Arctic Sea, that is crazy. Damn. Alright, let's get this ready to go as we have in the bottom right hand side the red Protoss player. This is going to be Showtime. And he takes on Classic. Showtime oftentimes shows up in these tournaments, has a really, really good matchup. You know, plays like this, wins against Bjorn. And then in the second match he plays a PvP and he just gets knocked down. So let's see if today can be any different and see if he can make a semi-final appearance in the Kung Fu Cup. First bit of action will be a probe from Showtime moving across the map. You can see our gate, Cybercore coming through, Pylon coming over. There's going to be both players playing into the double gateway here early, so setting up with that to start us off. Probe just pulls over to the edge. There's the warp gate coming in. The Stalkers continue to settle again. The warp gate coming by. A couple of Stalkers just going to poke that probe. Gonna get taken down already. Another Stalker on the way up. Pylon on the low ground. We are going to see those Stalkers starting to go onto the map. Stalkers, again, Stalk Sentry. As Showtime will have a Sentry up, we'll be able to hit that hallucination. Couple Stalkers near the bottom side. Next is already hit. Natural heat from Showtime. Getting that up and running. Let's see how Stalker will gather. I'm going to poke a little bit and go back and forth. Couple more shots coming in once again. Still got that Nexus on the way through. The Sentry coming up. Warp gates in production from both players here currently. And the Stalker just coming down to the bottom side of the map. More shots. That Stalker still taking big damage. Battery going to begin to do some healing. Warp gates finished. The Twilight Councils will be on their way. We're just going to see another Stalker being added straight off the bat. This pile on the right side settling down. The Nexus building from both. And so it's very similar. Slight difference in how we're going to get to the double Sentry and multiple Stalker setup, but otherwise we're going to have pretty similar amount of units, similar blink timing, mirrored game for this PvP thus far. And everyone just left asking, when will we change it up from one another? Will anyone play a bit greedier than the other? Will one play a bit more aggro? Those are the big questions we can ask here as we step through this. Gonna be seeing a couple sentries gonna nibble up at that hallucination, so again pushing that down. Just gonna see our gateway coming through, the couple probes are coming up, blink on the way from both players. Do you have this probe coming over to the left hand side there? Gonna drop down a pylon. Stalkers and sentries will be making their way across, so we are pushing into position already. So it's going to be classic with some pressure right now. Stalkers and sentries will come across. Hallucination is going to be there. Blink will be starting up. It's going to get through for a couple of those probes. 2 workers, now the pylon. And again, Blink is finishing in a moment. So that Twilight Council will complete. Yeah, a couple probes then, so the push across the map from Classic is already successful. Getting some damage done. Going to drop a new hallucination to double check what's going on. And with the map control he has, he's going to be the one to kind of move out and take a 3rd base much sooner in this game as well. So he has that 3rd Nexus down already. Throwing that into position. There's a couple Stalkers, the attack upgrade coming by at the moment as well. Interesting. Glaive starting from Classic, as he's also getting the +1, so he's really looking towards kind of the future tech, where Showtime's looking for the here and the now a little bit. Being aggressive as a Protoss in PvP does not feel great. First, you've got to build yourself the warp gates, which cost a bit of money. Secondly, your warp gates build so much slower than the gates of your opponent, so there is definitely something to be said about the value of, being a defensive player. However, this supply block from Classic is massive, and what's a big deal is that's actually really going to delay your next round of Stalkers. And they're not going to instantly arrive when you get on a supply block, because now they actually have to, build from those gateways and then walk into position. Showtime is going to just overwhelm here. Supply block definitely didn't help. I don't know if it's purely down to that, but right now you can't make adepts, which is what you're setting up to do as well, because if you make adepts here, you're just going to be overrun already. Showtime shows up with the attack and the aggression to say, no, no, no. You're playing for all of this macro game scenario, and that's just not what we're going into. Not what we're going into at all. No, no, no. Denied. Alrighty, guys, we are gonna resume through. Sanctuary gonna be our next map. Game number 2, guys. Keeping it rolling. Thanks for joining us again today so far. You're watching Kung Fu Cup action here on WardiTV. Game 2 of this PvP coming about. Any more results so far? Clem has beaten Shameless. He plays Kua. herO and Shin have both advanced with 2-1 victories. herO and Shin will play into the round of 8 against one another. And the bottom side quarterfinal is the one that's not set up. That's either going to be Rogue or Cyan versus Stola or Percival. So that's ongoing as well as we head into the bottom left-hand side with the 1-0 lead. Our Red Protoss player here looking to make a run in today's Kung Fu Cup. This is showtime. Alright, pile on the low ground here. We might be seeing a fast expansion. Okay, coming up. Simulate's going by. The probe is producing. Probe heading to the bottom left here from Classic. There's gates coming up. Those probes will build. Similarly, just coming down here from Showtime as well, and take a few moments. Let's see the Cybercore building on the natural also. And trip down. Another pylon. And Cybercore halfway down both sides. Just gonna see the probe moving up from Classic, gonna get in to try and see what will be going on. Have that Stalker about to pop. And we do have, obviously, Classic. Would like to, like I say, I think, expand here. Showtime's only on one gate as well. He just doesn't have the wall on the low ground, so it looks like we're going to one gate expand a piece. Going to finish off this balance here, probe and the Stalker, going to get rid of it. Extra gateways coming up already from Showtime. Oh, gonna see a Stargate from Classic though. Interesting. Means that Showtime's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. Obviously, he's not actually expanding, he's just straight 4-gating, where Classic is expanded and now going to go into the Stargate. But with the Oracle, that's not something that's going to help you. Obviously, the cool thing about this is you don't have to have the pylon up super early anymore, because in the past you would have needed a pylon and a gateway for the warp-ins. Now you can put the pylon down very last second, so it's very hard for Classic to know exactly what's going on here. And if he doesn't have the right preparation, this could be tough. I mean, right now he's getting another Stalker, no gateways on the way yet. A Phoenix is not exactly great either, because you don't need to be lifting units, you need to be actually, you know, dealing damage to units. A Void Ray is much better. There is a shield battery against the Oracle as well, so that's not going to be super impactful. This is looking bad for Classic. Considering Showtime's about to warp in 4 Stalkers at a time here. Because he could wait for a couple more units. We are going to go Void Ray now, so we cancel the Phoenix, go Void Ray. I think it's too late for it to matter. And especially because there's no sentry, you can't even force field to buy time, so you just run in. This battery is drained of energy. Kill the probes on the low ground. Obviously try and play a bit of a high ground defense to help yourself out at this point. Up we go. One Stalker goes down. Second Stalker goes down. The probes are pulling and, well, we're going to lose this pylon before we even get the Voider out. We do get the Voider out, but then we lose power to the Stargate afterwards. Showtime obviously should be able to reinforce with a ton of units as well behind this. As we do have to respect the prismatic alignment a little bit, but there's no other production on the way, right? Like, we have nothing else building. The Void Ray is currently stopped. We are finally going to lose the prismatic. Showtime turns into the Void Ray for more shots. The full wall-off is annoying. Did we actually... I feel like Showtime should have had a couple more units show up. I wonder if he had a full stasis on the probes. I'm going to have to check that, because I feel as though Showtime should have had a little bit more kind of showing up to reinforce this at some stage. We're obviously going to get rid of every probe, and we still don't even have the... Only just now has that pylon come back online. It's going to be good enough. GG's. Let me just check to see if we had a big stasis, because it feels like Showtime missed a warp in. Battery goes up, because we obviously focus on the other side. The Oracle shows up. Let's see what it got. Okay. Big stasis. I was going to say, it felt like it had to be, because otherwise I didn't know where the other units from Showtime were. Obviously still just good enough of a position. And that's going to be Showtime into the semifinals today. Bam, bam. What to say, but Ocean Connection stopped a bit, repeating a bit, but watching StarCraft a bit while in the sea in the Arctic, what time to be alive. You, Wardy, ZG, and so many have been part of my life. DB and In Control will be proud of you all, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Honor, for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate the kind words and the kind sentiment. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good trip, man. Thank you so much. This is the bracket, guys. So Showtime into the semifinals will play herO or Shin. Clem is going to play Cure. And Rogue will play Solar or Percival. I think that's on Steadfast stream. Let's see what the score is there. Solar Percival 1-1. Clem already started. Interesting little scenario then that we're going to be waiting on. Interesting little scenario we're going to be waiting on. I don't know what we're going to get into. We could try and have a look for Shin Hero, but I'd be surprised if it hadn't already begun, because we knew that was happening before this PvP began even. Before the second game began. People may disagree, but I love PvP because it can be super dynamic. I think PvP is great. PvP got better with this patch as well. PvP is better with the warp gate changes. Incorrect account information. Is it though? Is it Blizzard or is it just stuff not working again? Yay, yay, yay. Everyone's in game, guys. I'm not really sure what we're going to dive into first, to be honest, or what's going to come around first. Obviously, it just depends when each game finishes. But we'll try and figure that out. Alright, let's have a peek. Let's have a peek. Do, 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 do. Yeah, just like I say, an awkward time to try and find a game on. Photobaz, thank you so much for the 20 months resub. Appreciate you. You're doing well. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do. Oh. Alright guys, I'm just going to throw the BRB screen up for a minute here just because we're not close to a game it seems, so I'm just going to throw the BRB screen up while we try and find something. I'll come back with you soon, just going to take a moment while we have not much else going on. BRB. Still no match, guys. Just trying to figure something out. You want patch drama for filler content? I'm done with patch drama, man. It's draining. A couple of casters just logged into NA, so I'm wondering if maybe something finished up, but I still don't see anything. I mean, I'm on NA waiting in case like Q or Clem finish a game. Shin and Solo Percival are still big in their game as well. Again, multiple different channels covering things right now, guys. Percival Solo on Steadfast stream. Looks like a pretty even game. Solo's swarming at the moment. Maybe Solo's about to win there. That would lead you into the ZVZ. Shin is up a game against herO as well. Apparently they just started a game too. That's very unlucky that I picked the wrong server. I sat on an A in case of Clem and Q, and in fact it's the other server which is going to see success. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. So yeah, Solo Percival's still ongoing, guys, so we kind of need that one to finish for the winner to play Rogue in the round of 8. And we need herO or Shin to finish. I could put Rex's stream on. Let's watch from Rex's stream for a little bit here. What's a new cast actually in here? And he doesn't have a camera in game, so if he's casting something, we could maybe show that instead. He's an on Shin herO. Okay, let's watch this from... I didn't really want to do this quite like this, guys, but I think this just makes sense. We'll just watch the... Like I said, I had to pick a server, and I picked the wrong server for the game that's the first game that was available, but we can watch Shin herO from Minu's point of view for a few moments here and see what happens. It is a Shin 1-0 lead. Not sure what happened in game 1, but this is currently ongoing game number 2. So we can just watch this. The winner of this will play Showtime. Whether that's allowed to start straight away or not is going to depend on the Chinese stream and the main stream. I'm not sure what they are currently casting, but yeah. We shall see. It's Adept moving around. Obviously, not going to be any game sounds here, guys. This is from the Korean stream point of view, so we'll not have any game sounds for a little bit. And we'll have game sounds back after this current match. Let's just have our next coming down. Phoenix on the way, interestingly, from herO, actually, which is definitely a little intriguing. just as to where this goes overall. I'm just going to have that Overlord chilling out overhead. Hanging out there for a few moments. The Oracle pushing back. Phoenix is actually going to get after the Overlord for a few moments. The Nexus is about halfway done currently. And this few Zerglin is just going to move a little bit also. So again, trying to see a little bit more of what's happening. Trying to see what's up and taking place here. The Oracles are going to come in. The Phoenix, obviously, I mean, typically when you make a Phoenix in this scenario, it's to lift up a Queen so the Oracles have a chance to get even more damage done. It's not really coming out to be the case or anything just yet as the Carapace continues through. Oracles get back towards the top. That drone just going to sit there a couple moments. Hanging back momentarily. Blinking the +1. Continue to build. Again, the Carapace upgrade coming through. The additional drones. Building up also at the moment. Yes, continue to bring that about. Oracles activating, and again, a couple of those creep teamers already going down. Do you have the Adepts going to try and go for a bit of a shade in here, so try and find some damage. Nice status sword catches the Queen's going to put you in a little bit more trouble trying to defend against this over the next few moments. Depths find again quite a lot of drones. I mean, 9 workers go down. The Ling's obviously chasing desperately, but this is herO doing some very good damage very quickly so far. So, yeah, having a very good time of this at the moment. Ling's going to continue around. Just going to reposition a little. And the Lings are going to try and find themselves a bit of a counterattack even, see if there's anything more that they can do in the next couple of seconds here. I think it's going to run back into the center. +2 attacking the charge coming up. Like I say, herO definitely feeling like he's having a good start to this game. The setup from Shin is going to be a Spire and a Hydrodent, so he's kind of given himself the option of going both. We'll see what he wants to commit into. If you see one as herO and Shin commits to the other, that could be awkward, because if you over-defend, you know, with Phoenix and then actually Hydra's a building, that could be pretty tough. Ling's actually having a good surround here against these Stalkers, which is not bad, especially because this isn't on your side of the map as the... Yeah, it's not on your side of the map, which is, like I say, pretty reasonable. It's going to gather up. It's going to start pushing in towards this hatchery. The couple of Queens are going to come through as well, trying to be the answer to this also. Ling's actually going to get a wraparound again, or at least looking for the wraparound onto these Stalkers. Problem is, it's costing you a lot of Lings. Don't get me wrong, I think there's a lot of success to be had here as well. It's just, it's not free. You know, it's not happening freely for sure. As the Lings go down, Shin does get a bit of a supply lead here. He is going to go Mutas. The Mutas already on their way over, so we're going to see some pressure of that coming in a second. Mutas coming across, stalking the Zealots, gather around. Just going to see the Mutas already getting in now. The counterattack is already happening, so can we defend against the counterattack of herO without losing much. It's honestly not that many units, just a few zealots here initially that we're holding on to pretty well. It's going to stay active onto a cannon for a couple more seconds, a bit more damage being done. And we actually find another Stalker over to the edge. So honestly, good control so far by Shin, absolutely maximizing what he's able to get done up until this point. I think it's coming around once more. Actually going to swarm into towards this position on the left side. Pylons and the Nexus. Getting captured here currently. Stalkers on the bottom side of the meters may get intercepted. The Stalkers get underneath. That's going to be the meters forced back the other way. Again, melee upgrade. Muscular augments coming through. The Bane Nest, the Lings, and the Hydras all continue to produce here for a few more moments. I think it's just going to wrap around again. Meters are being pushed back. They are kind of in the center. We've got some Hydras showing up too. There's not much of an answer to Hydras at the moment here for herO. So that's going to be one of his bigger problems. And Zealots and Stalkers, the Archon's going to try and push forward. Do we have enough? Wow, we're going to blink in. Well, don't be wrong. I don't love the blinking because the Hydras are going to shred these Stalkers. That's not it. The other side of the map, the meters are doing work as well. I have no idea why you blink into that as herO. Unless you were so confident that you were just going to overwhelm, like that was... There's just never a need to blink in like this. GG, Shin 2-0 into the semifinals. herO, who's usually the king of the Kung Fu Cup, is going to find himself eliminated here today. In the round of 8, so it's going to be a Shin Showtime semifinal. Clem Kira just went into another game 2 minutes ago. We're going to miss that, unfortunately. Solar Percival are still playing. Percival has just won out, actually. So Percival Rogue round of 8? Oh, interesting. I wonder if Shin Showtime's even allowed to start just yet. I think they might have to wait because I think the mainstream is on the other game. So I wonder if it's worth it for us to go Percival Rogue and then we just join the semifinals after. What do you guys think? No game sounds. Yeah, the game sounds are because we had to cast from the Korean stream, guys. So I didn't have game sounds for that one. Just because we weren't in game. And we were waiting around a little bit, so... Sorry, coming back to the YouTube chat. How's the old school RuneScape grind? I'm not playing at the moment. I quit for a while. I finally burnt out for a little bit. Need a break. Didn't have any goals left. So I'm taking it easy for a bit. I've not played in like 4 weeks maybe. So yeah. Best pros in the world losing to mid-pro Zerg. Balance is on point. I don't think you can call Shin a mid-pro Zerg. But sure. Anyway, Shin usually has a bad time against herO. herO's beaten Shin on this patch though, no? Yep, herO beat Shin a couple days ago. herO beat Shin a couple weeks ago. Just waiting to see if the Shin Showtime match is now or what the deal is. Rux is trying to find out for us. Okay, here's a question to rile you guys up. Shin, since the patch, has had a much better time against herO, right? That's fairly obvious. That's not too controversial, right? However, here's my question to you guys. I think this was on the very first patch, by the way, this one here. Before the patch, Shin was on a horrible loss streak against herO. Obviously did take some games here and there, but typically lost a lot of maps and a lot of series. In 2026, he was on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 series losing streak. So here's my question. Is this Obviously, I think everyone would say herO is the better player than Shin. I don't disagree with that. But is it right that herO is such a better player than Shin that he went 11-0 against him? I think that's kind of an interesting question, right? And I'd not necessarily disagree with that, but I wonder what your guys' take on it is. Is that like is that a sign that like herO is just that much better and that's how it should be? Or should Shin have some more ways to at least take a series across that many attempts, you know? I feel like for the health of the game, someone as good as Shin across the course of like 11 series, maybe not best of fives, but like a bunch of best of threes, I think he should be able to take a couple matches, or at least some more maps, you know? Probably a bit of an outlier. That's probably fair enough as well. You'd have to look at a lot more results in general, because Shin did have some okay-ish results. Well, he still got dominated by... Did Shin beat Classic Bunch? He beat Max Packs like once or twice, but not a lot either. Yeah, maybe Shin's PvZ was just weak as well, but I don't know. Shin did not have a... Yeah, Shin was beating Classic a lot in comparison. So yeah, probably just a stylistic thing as well, to be fair. It's an interesting one. Like I said, it's not... I'm not trying to like be like balance. I just actually wonder like what you guys think the outlier... What the... Just wondering what you guys think that should kind of look like a little bit, I suppose. Alright, I can bring you guys over to the French stream, which has the KUA Clem game. We'll wait for the KUA Clem game to finish, because when this finishes, the semifinals will begin. So, here's the current KUA Clem match that's going on. KUA is up a game against Clem in this TVT. When this game finishes, and when this series finishes, Shin and Showtime may start. Hero style is good against Shin. Yeah, yeah, that's fair enough as well. Favorable patch for pros against Zerg and a favorable style match for Hero against Shin. Also probably a fair statement. Is Kira about to lose that base? He has the repairs on it. He hits a Matrix. It's a good Matrix. Oh, that Raven just turned around. I think that Raven should have gone for the Matrix in return, because he would have gotten a tank. But he actually kills the base. So maybe Clem didn't feel the need to. KUA has got a CC in the main, and Clem is starting his own third base just now. So they're actually going to get to 3 bases each at the same time. Still, the question will be, can KUA mine from a natural? Because if you can't mine from a natural, you're still very limited here. He's pushing forward. Auto turrets from Clem going to help a lot. Surprised we didn't see more damage output from Clem onto the siege tanks, but that's going to be how Clem ties the series up. And we'll go into game 3 of Clem KUA then. So we'll just go into game 3 of Clem KUA, and we'll go from there, guys. Lobby coming up on Sanctuary. And then, like I say, Shin Showtime will be our first semi-final matchup. Countdown is on. Clem versus KUA, game 3 coming up. And we get this underway. Sanctuary. So we saw the tail end of that game 2. Clem tying it up here. He's been trading series a lot with KUA the last few days in the Monday Cups and so on. So we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Korean Terran player here is going to be KUA. While on the top right-hand side, the red French Terran player is going to be Clem. Finally, you guys are freed from the Wardy observing. I've observed like everything for like the past 3 days. What would I say, Wardy, if StarCraft started losing reliably to Bjorn? Well, I think ZVT is a bit of a different matchup because ZVT is an absolutely mechanical matchup. And we know that StarCraft's strength is mechanics. So yeah, you know, if StarCraft started losing to Bjorn regularly, I'd say that the balance is probably a bit off. I just think in like ZVP is so much less of a mechanical matchup. It's so much more of like a build ordery matchup. I'm surprised to see, you know, I was surprised to see Shin be, you know, so heavily dominated there, I guess, by herO, but like, at the same time, I mean, I asked the same thing. Should someone as good as Bjorn be able to be more reliably able to take games off of someone like StarCraft? Would that make the game more interesting? Or would that just feel bad because it's clearly imbalanced because StarCraft is just that much better than Bjorn? Now, that was my question. Like I say, it was more of a I mean, I guess like entertaining is, you know, entertaining is obviously when both players have a chance to win, but you know, someone like StarCraft oftentimes dominates, right? So yeah, it's interesting. It was just a conversation point where we had downtime, honestly. Like, it wasn't really that deep. TVZ is, I think TVZ is funny because it's like, TVZ is almost definitely this situation where it's like, TVZ is such a mechanically focused matchup, like I say, like it makes a big difference, I think. Yeah. I just think those matchups aren't all that different than herO versus Shin. I think I think that's actually very untrue, though. Because, for example, like, I don't think StarCraft and herO are comparable at all. Because StarCraft is actually known for being extremely safe, solid, and very well-rounded. Whereas herO is much more chaotic and much more kind of feisty and much more kind of daring. And does a lot of things which put him in a lot more risky positions a lot of the time, which gets him, you know, much more punished, which is why, you know, herO does not play... Like, herO and StarCraft's playstyles could not be more different. And I would specifically say that, I guess part of my question was, herO, who typically has a very chaotic and aggressive playstyle that's very volatile, I would have expected him to have more losses to Shin because of that. Whereas StarCraft is just a much more well-rounded, strong player anyway. Like, we know StarCraft is like, you know, if he asked me to say a word that describes StarCraft play, I'd be like impenetrable, you know? Like, it's so difficult to break through that guy. herO is not really like that in the same way at all, you know? So it's kind of like a different vibe of StarCraft, which I guess kind of urges my question on, I guess, in the first place a little bit. So, yeah. Cyclone Marine Starfall coming about. A couple of Reapers and the Hellions going to move up into the main base. A couple of those Marines going to be in some trouble as we continue through. All those Marines getting picked off. A couple of SCVs are getting grabbed as well. A few more of these SCVs still getting targeted at the moment. The SCVs pulling across. That Hellion getting fully surrounded is a bit painful. 5-6 workers going down now. Minus 8 SCVs to Clem. Losing those first 2 Reapers put him into a bit of a world of trouble. Tell you what, if Clem loses here today, we're in for a very interesting tournament. A Showtime, Shin, Kua, and either Rogue or Percival top 4 is completely unprecedented. You have none of the top dogs in there. That would be very fun. That would be a very fun, varied Open Cup, for sure. And Chestnut Clem gives up on P vs T. Yeah, I actually want to ask him a bit more about that. See what his statement is. I think what's crazier is like we don't see him play a pro TVT in like a long ass time, and then he comes back in and he's really freaking good at it still. I don't know why. I just apparently mentally presumed that he was just going to suck at the matchup, but like, yeah, I think that's pretty sick as well, to be fair. As Clem just gets overrun here, though. The early game was rough for him, and he was desperate to do damage to bring it back, and it's not going to work out in his favor. GG's Kua is going to take 2-1. So that's going to be Kua into the semifinals alongside Shin and Showtime. And then we have Rogue or Percival. So it really is a pretty wild top 4. I think Shin won a Kung Fu Cup this year, though. If this was a WardiTV Monday, I'd be losing my mind, by the way. Be like, oh my god, we're going to have like either like a first-time winner or like the first time Shin has won in like literal years. I'd be losing my mind. Why does this stuff never happen on the freaking WardiTV Mondays, man? Oh yeah. Oh, I'm trying to look at if any of these guys have won a Kung Fu Cup this season. Alright, let's have a little peek. Shin did win. He actually won a couple weeks ago, 14. I didn't cast that one. He beat Clem in the final. But Shin has won 2 Kung Fu Cups this season. Anybody else, if they won today, would be a first-time Kung Fu Cup winner this year. Percival has not won one. He's not even made a final. Rogue has made a final and a bunch of top 4s. Showtime has made a top 4 once, now twice. So Shin is the only guy that could be a multi-time Kung Fu Cup champ based on the today's setup. Is this the new 8-worker patch? Yes, 8-worker patch is live. Everything is from the patch nowadays. There's no games happening without the patch. No non-patch games. It's also the 8-worker patch that has had 3 more patches applied to it. So, keep that in mind as well. Alright, guys. We'll take a couple moments. And go and ready is getting cold. Let's get in game. Let's see what happens. So we have ourselves the Showtime Shin matchup. The semi-final we've been kind of waiting on. We had to wait for some other matches to happen before this was allowed to go. Shin in the top left-hand side. What a fun semi-final. Shin's obviously been on the up lately. He's definitely been benefiting a little bit from the patch, I think it's fair to say. But, yeah, Showtime has not really played that much, and now he's here in the semi-finals too, having a good run today. I mean, taking down Beyond into Classic. What a run this would be. Beyond Classic Shin into the finals would be really sick, so... yeah, that'd actually be very cool. Very, very cool. It's me having the gateway down. The hat trick coming up over on the third base as well. We get that set up for a couple moments. Overlord. Continue to move. Actually, I'm on a observer. I started observing myself, but we're good. We can chill a little bit. Yeah, hatch on the third location. Just going to bring that across for a few moments. So again, get that on the way. Just a second or two. We're having the, again, gateway for Corona boosting for a couple moments. So we're having that depth popping out, and he won't get coming through. I'm just going to have the couple lings on the way from Shin. Not much happening. It is a little slow early. We're seeing the couple of depths going to gather together. I'm going to take a few moments here and settle this into place. So we're seeing the couple of drones and lings coming over. 4 drones going down, so not exactly a great start from Shin. Already taking damage early. Vessels, they creep spreading out to the third hatchery coming down. Shin, supply blocked as well, having lost an Overlord. So 4 drones, 4 lings, an Overlord down, 2 adepts lost on the side of Showtime, and like I say, Shin heavily supply blocked as well. 44 over 44 for a significant period. Showtime is having a fantastic early game in this PVZ, so he's having a fantastic beginning. Tron will finish soon. A couple sentries in the attack upgrade coming up from Showtime. A couple probes over as well. Let's gather on the right-hand side. Probe about to throw a Nexus down into position. Nexus will place. So third coming up from Showtime. Someone play a bit of a warm-up PVZ earlier. Hallucination goes down. Again, those few sentries gather up. Again, Twilight Council will be building the roaches and the couple overlords coming about. Having ourselves the cannon building as well. Plus an attack coming through from Showtime. Again, 6 roaches already coming up from Shin, so we bring that all into place. And so things get turned the other way, so no fortune there, but 43 drones and building Ling Roach, like, we are sending an attack. I don't think this works against +1 upgraded Sentry Stalk, honestly. I mean, it's not going to be with Blink, at least. So there's a positive, I guess, in this situation. I've just started morphing that Dark Shrine coming through as well. Couple Stalkers all coming about, that Blink Chrono boosting through as well. Just for a moment I saw on that one, we are going to see the Roach Ravage going to shoot the pylon. He's in trouble. Obviously, Force Fields get knocked down slower by Ravagers now. Let's see if this Force Field force is actually going to be good enough overall. You can see the Ling's getting a good wrap around onto the Nexus. So the Nexus is taking big damage. You're going to lose the third base. I mean, that might be fine for Showtime still if you lose the third. Because I tell you what, he's about to have Dark Templars. And Dark Templars are absolutely amazing in this situation. Why? Because there's no mobile detection from the Zerg player. You will not be able to stop the DT swinging your army. And Shin is building more units as well. So it's actually getting even worse for Shin. Because, yeah, he needs that lair. He needs the Overseer realistically right now. Otherwise, he is in trouble. Even the DTs across the map might be able to see a bit of success. These DTs start to chase away. So at least you have the pre-warning, I guess. Is the good news right now. Ravager's going to go all the way back home. We've not seen any workers lost. The DT start to split between bases. There are some SCVs available, though, so there should be... sorry, there are some Spore SCVs. Well, there are some Spore Crawls available, so they should be kind of fine. I'm still moving about. A couple extra gates. The Nexus +2 and the charge coming in. And DT backs away now. Going elsewhere. Overseas will begin to morph. Showtime has to rebuild the third then. Obviously, Shin is still only on 43 workers. It looks like he's just going to go for round 2. He's going to be up against Blink now. He might be up against +2 as well, unless he gets there very quickly. I mean, my bigger issue for Showtime is that he doesn't really have much static defense on this base. TTs will have to morph into Archons, but Archons are not a bad thing right now, because Archons against the Lings would be pretty fantastic, honestly. So that part of this actually might be very nice. As we do have the run-in happening, the Archons got morphed. Didn't last long though, as the sentries do what they can with the force fields, but Ling's still getting a pretty good surround on this. It does seem as though this is going to be more than enough, I think, actually. GG's to Showtime. Shin overwhelms. Shin takes game number 1. Man, like Showtime had opportunity and possibility in these games, but just never actually really got to that point, unfortunately. So, a little sad. A little sad as we rock ourselves over to another game, guys. Again, thank you for joining us so far today. Game 2 coming up of the semifinals in today's Kung Fu Cup. Appreciate you all being with us. At Eternity's Edge, going to be map 2. Let's join this lobby. Let's get this started. I feel like Showtime could have held the third. I feel like there was a chance for him, honestly. I feel like there was a chance. It didn't seem like an impossible hold at the end of the day, I think, is what it felt like to me. That's not saying it would have been easy, that's not saying it would have been, like, guaranteed, you could have done this still, but I felt like there was potential there. I felt like there was a chance to see a defense to go to At Eternity's Edge. In the bottom right-hand corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be Showtime. In the top left, our red Zerg upper game is going to be Shin. I even felt like losing the third was kind of okay for Showtime. I really felt like the DTs were just going to buy him enough time to... Yeah, I mean, the DTs didn't last long enough as Archons either. He needed some Archons against those Lings. Those Lings got too much of a surround. The Force Fields didn't do much on the second wave of the attack, I guess. Which is a bit unfortunate. I'm probably going to... Guys, can someone remind me after this semi-final that I need to log out of SC2 and relog? Because the... we're at the point of the music where it's going to bug out soon. So I need to remember to restart my SC2, otherwise we're going to have a game or two without game music. So, but I'm going to forget. So I'm saying it now in hopes that someone somewhere remembers. Again, hello everyone watching on the YouTube as well. YouTube's been popular today, guys. Good to see you all. Again, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Easy to do, free to do. Helps us out massively on the YouTube. We are less than 200 subscribers away from 50,000. In theory, we could hit that today. I reckon there's 200 people watching right now that aren't subscribed. I know that sounds crazy, but there probably is. I bet we could hit it today if we could convince everyone. Probably we won't, but we could have done. So don't be part of the problem. Hit that sub button today. Help us push towards 50k. Very cool to be reaching that on the YouTube. It's been a very, very, very long time coming. A very, very, very long time coming. Do I have some instrument I could play when the background music disappears, like a kazoo? No, well, usually I play the sounds of Twitch chat whining at me to put on background music myself. Usually we play the tunes of the Wardy versus Twitch chat fight that happens over that. That's what usually happens. Hatchpool coming into place, the Overlord and Drone coming up as well. Next is Cybercore coming into position at the moment. You always asking me to sing the background music. I mean, I always sing the background music anyway when there's not much going on. I'm always like do 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 do. I'm always joining in on the music. Always joining it. That's what you're looking for more of. What can I say? It's a I can't just crack it out every time. People would be too content, you know. People would be too happy about it. I gotta eliminate from the people a little bit here and there. Gotta eliminate at least a little bit, you know. Stargate is about to be done. Pretty standard at the moment. The Ling's on the way, so a few Lings. Ling speed is coming up along with that. Get that started as well, just currently. Couple Overlords and the Queen and the Ling speed will all be building up as well. So again, we bring a lot of that into place already. Getting that ready to go. Getting that set up at the moment. Adepts will be fighting for 2 drones and then as many Zerglings as possible. An extra drone would be nice, but I don't think we're going to get there. Wait, boo. We do. We got 3 workers. That's very good. We always take that. 3 workers is better than 2. Especially when workers is one of the main things that you're looking for in those situations. Obviously. That's coming about. We have the rest that's coming over. Again, just taking some time to settle this down, guys. I mean, not a lot really going on. The Oracle just flies in, gets turned away pretty easily, pretty quickly. So, like I say, doesn't really see much success there. So that's going to be pretty well handled for the moment. Nothing too problematic just for now. As we continue through and try and see what's next. Oracle's gathering about, a couple of drones join together there for a couple seconds as well. So just coming back around for a moment or so. And Forge and Twilight Council finishing up in the main base. Lair, drones, Lings, all producing combined. A couple of probes in the battery coming up as we speak as well. So continue to get that on the go at the moment. Just got to wrap around. Just going to see those couple of devs getting caught again, plus one in the blink coming through as well at the moment. So a bit more damage being done once more here. You can see those Lings still surrounding this. Adept goes down. Hydroden is about to follow up next. 10 more Zerglings coming into place. Yeah, 5 more drones. The harassment from Showtime is pretty decent so far. Things will come about. Just going to be seeing that hatchery coming down into the center. And getting a couple of gates. Robo facility cannon coming through the storm. Blink and +1. All coming around as well. We're just going to wrap around. Cybercore taking some damage. Again, that blink coming through for a few moments. Continue to get that on the go. Just for now, and seeing how things will continue. Nice little stasis ward is going to land for a couple seconds as well. So just going to see a bit of success off of that. Missile upgrade, the muscle augments coming through, so we've got the Hydra count is going to be growing, and Shin is definitely going to be looking for some success with those very soon. And Hydra's going to keep pushing forward. That is going to be a pylon. That is going to be the probes. In some trouble. Just going to see the cannon getting caught. Oracle going to fire. 8 workers going down. Just going to see these Hydras still pushing forward. Storm down onto the Zerglings. Storm hitting a lot of those Hydras. Push is good. I mean, we'll see having Storm against this is nice, but do we have enough Storms to moment where as the base gets broken down onto, Showtime is just going to get overrun. Does not have an answer at all to Shin's aggression. GG, and it is going to be Showtime tapping out Shin to the finals to play against either Cure, Rogue, or Percival. So it's going to be a no Protoss final today, as Rogue and Percival are currently playing. I believe that's on the Korean stream, so maybe we can have a look at that. We should hop over to Korea for the rest of the day as well. Let's have a little peek, guys. Rogue is up a game against Percival, but it looks like Percival might be dragging it to a game 3. Let me get logged in first, and I'll try and bring you guys the Korean stream so you guys can see where this other matchup is at. Restart for music. Oh, yeah, let me completely restart. Thank you, guys. See? This is why I tell you guys, because my brain's already off looking for the next match, you know? No chance. No chance. No chance at all. Alright, hopefully this, we'll just fix it straight up. Alright, let me bring you guys the, Percival Rogue current game on screen. Just so you guys can see what we're waiting on. I got hit with an ad. Yeah, we got added, guys. We got added. There we go. So yeah, when I clicked off the TL page to bring you to the actual page, it was like 130 to 120 supply. Now it's 160 to 120. So as you can see, Percival is looking good to tie the series up 1-1. This is just the Korean stream. Obviously, we can join in game 4, game number 3 of this, and then we'll follow the winner in versus Cure in the semi-finals, and we know it's going to be Shin in the final after that. So pretty much just get to kind of follow through for a little bit there. And you go Percival winning that game 2. Not much for us to stick around there for, and we'll just join in for a game 3 live. Beautiful. Alright, let's join into this lobby. Missed misclicked multiple times trying to get into it. I'm just going to run ads in case we get a long TVZ as well, guys, so apologies for those just across the front of this game. Twitch chat's so whiny compared to us YouTube chats because we barely say anything. True. YouTube chat can't be whiny. The YouTube comments are whiny, though. You know? Every time the stream finishes, 3 hours later, everyone's complaining about the casting and... "Ah, you talked about the patch and you're a hater. Ah." Every day without fail. It's actually impressive how without fail it is, actually. Like, it's genuinely impressive. Oh, goody. We're getting the Korean server bug. My favorite part about hosting games on the Korean server is not being able to start the game. I wonder if this is worse when there's more people in the lobby as well. Let's try this again. Hey, worked this time. Alright, game 3 of Percival and herO coming up. Bottom left side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue, who was up a game in this series. Didn't see anything of that one. To be fair, he didn't see much of game 2 either. And top right side, tying things up was Percival. As that comes down, hatchery is coming up. I see the drone coming across for a couple of seconds, and we see where this goes. But with an expansion, first CC first against the hatchery. It will be a moment or two until some excitement here on this one. Overlord is going to get across the map very soon. Skyrax finishing the CC coming into place for a couple seconds as well. And orbital coming through, Reaper on the way, a couple queens of drones, the link speed coming up as well, so we get that moving. Just gonna have the couple drones heading down to the natural. A little bit of a slower start then for the moment. It comes about. Link speed's about halfway done. Rax reactor on the way, so it's going to be the second barracks already. So basically 2-1-1 from Percival. So big eco into 2-1-1. Going to be able to get some damage done. Or at least try to get some damage done. Is going to continue to gather through again. Link speed finishing up in a few moments. Just going to have the barracks ready to swap onto the reactor over here. So it's going to plop that straight on down. Stim pack coming up as well. Yeah, Stim coming straight around. The Marines and the Viking coming up. Rex and the SCVs continue. Grenade goes down. A couple queens are going to end up bopped. The Marine is just going to get underneath that Overlord. It's going to get to the high ground, chilling there for a second. Evo chamber, and drones and the queens coming up. A couple Hellions and a Reaper going to hit that hatchery already. A couple creep creamers will be getting down as the Viking hits the Overlord. That will fall in a second. Chamber is about to be done. OVs will finish up. Queen and the Carapace coming over as well. The attack upgrade building on the engineering bay. Carapace upgrade coming up from Rogue as a stim pack will be done soon from Percival. I thought it was going to be more 2-on-1-esque, but he actually went up to 3 racks and it's just going to be... I mean, let's see where he goes. I mean, we're still waiting on whether this is going to be turned into a 3rd command center or not. 3rd CC or 2 more barracks. What is our choice going to be, Mr. Percival? Or are we just going to sit on 3 racks and just straight up, go from this? That's going about. Bean is coming through. Again, the combat shield, the attack upgrade coming about. We do have our Baneling Nest already setting up in that natural. A couple of drones transfer over. And the Medivacs load 16 Marines to go and make some moves. Viking shooting. A couple queens are going to get there. That Viking gets turned away. The Medivacs going to unload in the upper side. Again, Reaper and the 2 Hellions looking for a chance to poke forward. Good grenade. I'm going to bop the queens about. The Marines are going to stem forward there. A couple of these crypt tumors still going down. The hatchery taking some damage. The queens are still gathering up. This hatchery continues to take a lot of damage. The Ling's going to go around the left. The Marines fighting again. A couple more queens being caught. Big push from Percival is seeing big success off of these 2 bases. And Rogue has not been ready for it yet. And I'm a little bit afraid. Like, he's going to have Carapace upgrade now at least. He's not going to have Bane speed for at least another minute or so. So that feels very scary. Tank is going to be, again, sieged up. A couple of Banelings. And again, targeted at. We are going to blow up the tank in the front. The Baneling crashes into a few Marines as well. That's not enough, though, I don't think. We're still down 20 army supply here as Rogue. Still without Baneling speed, so any Baneling right now is very targetable. Especially when they're in low numbers. Like, well, I was going to say like this, but he only hit 1 of the 2, so the Baneling connects for some damage. Queens are trying to push forward, the tank doing the work. A lot of these units are heavily stimmed at this stage, so Percival is going to be on low HP units. Medivac out of energy. Reinforcements running across the map. Stimmed. There's a Baneling from the other side. And Rogue, I think, is going to get himself a defense here at the very, very end. Man, Percival, there was that one moment where he could have targeted... If he target fired both Banelings, I wonder if he would have been able to do enough. Like, if he'd just been able to hit both of the Banes, I wonder if he would have been able to do enough there overall. Well, Bang gathering, just going to be seeing the Medivacs unloading once more. Take a couple seconds. Marines now pushing onto this 4th base, but this little bit of calm has given Rogue some time to stabilize here. First of all, trying to build a 3rd CC behind this now. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's done well enough to transition through to a 3rd base. Well, that's what we're still figuring out. This fight's gone okay for him, pushing through again. Pull back, more Bane's getting taken out. The tank on the lid firing as well. The Marines just going to load back up into the medevacs. The Ling's going to try and run through. Queens is still going to try and fight here. The problem is these medevacs have no energy anymore, so the healing just is not available. There's been such consistent fighting that the healing is, like I say, non-existent, and that is going to be costly. Gonna have the Hydra Den coming up, Ling Bane, melee upgrade coming over as well. That's the Ling Bane coming about. The medevac gonna unload a few more Marines. Let's see, those few Marines continue to bow. Just going to see the couple Queens coming over. I'm just going to have ourselves the Groove Spines melee upgrade. Hydras continue to bow. Marines going to get after these Overlords. Grabbing those. Cog fires a couple more Balings. This is still a very close situation. Now that Percival has a 3rd base, it feels okay for him that he maybe doesn't have as much pressure or momentum going in his favor. Him again. Cryptoma gets caught. Ling Bane gathering once more. He's going to get there. This hatchery will take some big damage. Oh, Ling's going to catch a couple of tanks. That's really nice on the counterattack from Rogue. Percival's still trying to push through into that bottom right-hand side. See that drilling claws continue to come about. The barracks, medevacs, tanks still building through. Ling Bane hard to get ready to spread and go a couple directions. May as well gather again. The Lings, the Hydras will sit on the right side. It's Rogue who's able to apply the pressure now. I don't know if Percival hates that though, to be honest. Like him getting to play defensively here gives him a chance to take some better fights. His factory has to pull back, but everything else looking okay. The Marines step through again. Couple more Banes going down. Marines still kiting backward. The Banes still chasing. Talk down a couple extra. The Lings are still going down. Now the Hydras are going to get hunted. Banelings trying to close the gap in on this, but it's not going to be enough, and Percival is going to be able to chase the Hydras off. Defense made, and he's established a 4th base during this as well. Oh, some Banelings do find their way there, though, and that's going to be a bit of a momentum swing when we come back in as Rogue much sooner than expected. A few reinforcements arrive, and is enough for him to say, let's go, plus the Baneling connection. Minus 22 SCVs all of a sudden. Percival's momentum gets absolutely shattered. I thought that was a hold that was going to do something for him, but apparently not. Rogue is going to go to the semi-finals, where he'll battle Cure for a spot against Shin in the grand final of this Kung Fu Cup today. GG. All right, guys. We will get to our semifinals in a few moments' time. Thought Percy was doing good. I mean, he was getting close to breaking through, right, at the end of the day. He was getting close to breaking through a couple times, but that's just kind of the nature of the build. I actually thought he was defending into a later stage of the game as well, myself, personally, but I wasn't enough. I love that momentum swing from Rogue at the end. That was very cool. Very, very cool. Alright, we're just waiting for videos, guys. We should be able to get going in a few seconds. Kinda wanna get a new drink. I think when we get... can't go when we're in the lobby. I think when we just get into the countdown of the game, guys, I'm just gonna BRB a moment to go get myself a drink. If that's alright with you guys. And if it's not, then... tough. It's my stream. I make the rules. Lobby is coming up. Players are ready, and so it should just be a moment or two. Get this ready to go. Cool. Alright, like I said, I'm just going to make sure we get in game because of the lobby bug, but it's fine. Alright, I will be right back. I'll be just 30 seconds, guys, and then we'll get this semi-final properly started. ZVZ finals possible, guys. If Rogue wins this series, the winner plays Shin in the finals. The ZVZ final will be wild. Top right, our red Terran. It's going to be Kua. Game 1, that's the 3 series. Here's our finals, of course, as we've semi-finals, of course, as we've been saying. The finals will be against Shin. A fun final. Shin has won a couple of these Kung Fu Cups. Rogue and Q have not won one yet this season. Did Q get to a finals? No, Rogue hadn't. Yeah, Q made the finals of Edition 13, which I believe he lost to Clem. That was 3-0 in that final. Cool. Drones come over, clean pops, and throw the inject down, and we get ourselves settled. Opening up a cold one. Nice cold kind of 7-up, guys. I didn't think it was going to be so loud. Hey. My bad. My bad. It's going to be seeing the couple of SCVs, the Hellion and the Marines continue to come about, then take a few moments. Get settled. Hellion is going to fight against the lane for a few moments as well. Put some work in. Wardy, I found an interesting observation the other day. Reddit hates your content and you personally for completely justifiable reasons, which means they shouldn't watch your content, but apparently balance is entirely dependent on the outcome of your tournaments. I don't think there's any justifiable reason to hate me personally. What have I possibly done for there to be any justifiable reason for people to hate me? Hello? Question mark? Like, what did I do? Oh, yeah. You're being sarcastic. I don't know, man. Like, this sounds like a very Reddit. This is the sort of thing someone would come from Reddit and say very, very seriously, you know? I said this the other day. The meta to complain about me on Reddit, there's actually a meta, because if you just complain about me, you get downvoted. But if you complain about me, but you say... You basically, if you say like, oh, Wardy does a lot for the community, but... And then you insert your vile hatred and nasty words and all of this, then you get upvoted. But if you just say nasty stuff, you get downvoted. It's actually really funny. As long as you justify that, like, the tournaments are really valuable, then you're allowed to basically say whatever you want after. It's actually hilarious. It's actually hilarious. I just can't... You guys are getting me off topic here. I just can't believe that our StarCraft mods do nothing as well. It's like, you can have an opinion, you can say you don't like stuff, but like, people are literally allowed to spew out pure hate and like actual vile comments, and our StarCraft mods do nothing about it unless it's about people that they like. You will not see the same comments people make about me, about other members of the community. And you know why? Because the StarCraft mods actually delete the other ones. It's actually crazy. Not that anyone should have these things said about them, but it's just crazy that the StarCraft mods literally enable it. It's like when they delete an entire post because someone mentioned that my tournaments, that you can support my tournaments or something, and they delete the entire post because of it. It's actually crazy. Like, anything that mentioned me in the post that was positive got deleted, and everything else was... Yeah, it's actually insane. Actual cesspit of the community, the StarCraft. It's wild. Anyways, let's actually focus on the game, because that's much more interesting than community places which are just shit. As we have the tank siege. I mean, nice little corner for the tank there from Q. Pushing down on this bottom side, a bunch more Lings on the way, plus 2 Carapace, Baneling speed. And Marines put some pressure onto this hatchery as well over the next few moments. It's going to be seeing the Lings actually do end up with a wraparound, good wraparound from Rogue. Considering you don't have Baneling speed here, this is pretty much as good as it gets. You're not going to get all the Marines without the Bane speed, but you get rid of the tanks, you get rid of the position most importantly. And now it's very hard for Q to keep on kind of pushing forward from this place. You do have enough Lings to overwhelm, you would have to bring some reinforcements over here to realistically make something happen with this in the near future. And Marines gather, a couple of those Banes still gathering up as well. I'm just going to be having the melee upgrade plus 2 Carapace coming through, the Hydra Den coming over as we speak. So again, bringing a little bit of this up and rolling right now. Marines going to get themselves a couple more shots off, a bit more damage being found. So we see the Marines loading up, but actually Rocks go down, so we knock off that little bit point of reinforcement. Is this the final? Nope, this is the semi-finals, guys. Semi-final number 2. And then we have the finals coming up after this. Marines load away, Medivacs are going to retreat. I'm going to get out of there for the moment, so looking very reasonable. Marines run over once more. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines loading back up, escaping away. Getting out of there for the moment. Bane gathers about. Gonna see the CC coming down. Just gonna be seeing a few Marines going to take a stim. The tank and a couple of Widow Mines will move about as well. Still got the Hive, still got the Bane, still got the Muscular Augments coming up as we speak. Mine is going to try and get in toward those Lings. The Marines and the Mines continue forward. Tank is going to set up as well. The Mines will go off as we just have the Combat Shield, plus 2 armor, all coming up. Marine Marauder still continuing into place right now for the moment. A couple shots blowing up. Just going to see the Marines coming around. A bunch of this Ling Bane gathers up as well currently. Just joining together here for the second. It's going to be seeing the one of mine's going to get towards this. Cure starting to look a little overwhelming here as well. Starting to get a little scary perhaps even. Bane Hydra coming through. Another Widow Mine shot going to go off onto the Lings. Another Widow Mine shot. Okay, well dealt with. Good splits from Rogue, minimizing that shot from going off. But, okay, this is also a nice catch. He needs some Baneling connections to offset the numbers at the moment. Widow Mine doesn't do too much. He is behind in supply, but hanging on in there. Double Knight is coming up. About to get to lure, because that's a major point of momentum change as well. 3-3 continuing to come through again, plus 2 melee, plus 1 missiles. Got the adrenal glands coming online. A bunch of additional lurkers as again we just get those Niduses up and running for the next few moments. Adrenal glands does start. Well, halfway, I say it does start, it's halfway done. But it does start to kind of become relevant here, because if that finishes and the lurkers are out, then Rogue's going to start taking a lot of better fights. I will say, though, we've got ourselves a 4-base setup already on the side of Cure. Can he get to a 5th base easily? Right now, he's going to try and get to the bottom right. I feel like the bottom right is really far away from the other base on the right side. I feel like expanding through the top would typically be the play from Cure here. Gather about, a couple Widowmine shots going to go off as well. A few more hits coming through. There's going to be some Lings still chasing forward. The medevac's going to get loading to get pushed back by Rogue at the moment. So again, chasing this away. So far, so good. And Bane Hydra Lurker still continuing to push through as well. The Bane's trying to reach, trying to catch. The medevac's just load up once again. Going to escape to the bottom right side. 3-3 upgrades. Ghost and the Liberators continue to come out also. Let's see that CC finishing up, so we are going to get ourselves a space on the front that we can potentially use as well. Parasitic bombs to help us out. Mines are nice to help against these Lings, but they will overwhelm. We will push this away. Cure. Bringing that about. Just going to see the Spore Crawl coming in. We continue to get towards the Lurkers there, getting very close to that position. And Advanced Ballistics is coming through. Having the Lings continue to move about as well. Lings is going to run across. Marauder's going to take some damage. We do see this hatchery top left side being denied. I was skeptical about the bottom right base of Kua, but Rogue's not had a chance to even get towards it just yet. Kua obviously applying pressure on the left side, keeping Rogue's units in that direction. And Ghosts gather up, Medevac and the Libs gather around as well. And seeing those Lings getting a little wrap around, Medevac's load, we're going to go moving about. Here's Rogue attempting to hit this bottom right base. This is why I said I wanted to see some aggression. We're going to start seeing it now. Banes will make a bit of a move forward. In position, going to hit a bit further. I'm just going to be seeing the Lings and the Hydra still coming through those Libs, sieging and getting after the Lurkers. Nice Nidus play though, right? And it takes a lot of attention away. Here at least will deny the central base attempt. That's a lot of Liberators, by the way. A lot of Liberators getting shot at, a bunch of them going down already. See a couple more bio shots going through. The Lings taking more damage. The Baneling just got knocked down as well. Having a couple of snipes coming into place. The Hydras and the Vipers not able to come through. Both players losing a lot. Rogue supply blocked on the rebuild is going to be most painful, perhaps, because now you can't. Right now he should be having reinforcements. Starting to kind of stream through, but he doesn't have them. And this army value of Kura is obviously very good as well. Liberators and Ghosts very powerful in general. And that is going to be good enough for victory here. Kyo takes game at number 1. Will this be 0-3? Alrighty. Game 2 in a few moments, guys. We'll get this on the way. Next game, couple moments, get this started. Blackrock is going to be our map, as Kua has the advantage here. Goggles get cold. And we're just going to have ourselves game number 2 starting up, guys. Don't even need ads. I mean, if we have a 30-minute game, I'm going to regret not playing ads. But, like, in theory, we don't even need ads. In theory. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg. This is going to be Rogue. Can he bounce back on Blackrock? Had an impressive hold against Percival in the semi-finals on this map. See what Cure wants to bring to the table. Here's the red Terran in the bottom left, of course. Get this underway. Alright, let's see what we got going on here then. Well, drone's going to build SCV on the way through. And we have ourselves the double racks on the low ground to get started here as well. It's just going to bring that up for a couple of moments, get that on the way, bring that into position. Maybe our starting point for now. And the Overlord gathers up, a couple of barracks come over. Actually, a couple of drones will continue to build. Whatever we're looking at here, we don't have it on our screen. Yeah. We don't have it on our screen. Single Marine gonna get after the Overlord for a couple seconds, bringing this under fire. The couple Marines gonna get there, overtaking some shots, gonna be going down in a couple of moments. So that Overlord falls already. And we are gonna see the couple Queens will continue to produce through. Think speed, couple Queens of the drones coming about then. And we have our few Marines off of these 2 racks that came in early, trying to set up. Marines pull back down. And ghost in behind this, so here comes the 3 racks from Cure. Does get his orbital command on the natural, starting to morph in. He's gonna get that. Overload will get taken down already. Lings actually get a couple of queens. Man, these little marine folks have seen extreme success. It's just such an off timing, and obviously Rogue's not expecting it or ready for it at all. It's going again. That queen is going to go down, man. We've had so many queen kills, and these drones are obviously in trouble as well. Let's get a little bit more of a wrap around. They finally clean up 9 marines. That's all it costs to kill 3 queens, 6 drones, multiple overlords. The efficiency early in this game from Q is through the roof, and that might just be the writing already on the wall for Rogue. As boring as that may seem, this was just such extreme damage so early. It's a ton of, not all the drones died, but there's a lot of lost mining time as well. Lings just run through. The marines are going to be there. The Lings get pushed back the other side. Be shocked if Rogue recovers from that. Yeah, I like I say, it's boring, but I actually do think it's like a game-ending kind of move already. Because what, you're going to build Lings off of a terrible economy now to keep fighting new marines? Now, this was honestly one of the better fights Rogue's going to find, and even that's going to be tough to really do much with. This is another 5 workers. Right, and we're going to clean it up, don't get me wrong, just you're still down on drones here as Rogue, and I actually think this is maybe a bit too soon of a push from Q. I think if he waits for Medivacs and then goes, it's nigh on impossible to stop, although I guess then Carapace would have been in play. Extra Marines popping this factory. And a siege tank on the go as well. I don't even have the Baneling nest yet. I see that medevac coming about. Stack upgrade building, the engineering bay being put to work. It's not going to be ready yet. Here setting up. We'll have a bit of splash damage with the siege tank to help him out in this position. Work on these rocks, take a bit of space away there. It's going to step through. The Link Queen wants to come across for a couple seconds. So the tank putting some work. He needs to make sure the tank's hitting Lings in the back, which is actually doing a pretty good job of. Marines getting through a lot of those Lings as well. We do have Bane speed halfway done. We're going to stun losing Queens again. Cure supply still leading at the moment. Reinforcing this position, 12 supply lead. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is when you take a sec to look at it. Running, actually. Getting a couple of Banelings close. Rogue giving himself a chance, and once more, every time he gets rid of the tank, at least, it's going to be closer to him kind of, dealing with this whole thing. The thing is we do have the third base. We do have the third base up from Cure, so it's not like that Rogue vs. Purposeful game where if Rogue just keeps holding on, there's going to be getting to a bit of a better spot. He's playing around the left side again. Ling Bing going to try and come back over. And it's Gather. Hatchery joined up. Good go, double Liberator coverage. Just expensive. Again, a couple of Queens at this point is not something you want to be giving up on. Any pressure from Q continues to look good. The one thing I will say, though, is Rogue got the +2 carapace. That should help him a little bit. Get after a few more of those lings. We are forced back once again. herO continues to hang on in there at the moment. He's pulling back down that right side. Again, just going to be seeing the 100 Dennis coming up. The extra paint's on the way over. The Ling is going to run through, tank sieging. Oh, pushing back down on that left-hand side a little bit at least, but that's routed for now. Medivacs going to retreat back. I mean, okay, herO actually the one with the pressure going at the moment. Two upgrades will continue to produce. Just going to be having the Hydra Den. And it's continuing to get going with the Groove Spine upgrade. Continue to get that into place right now. Using these chokes well, trying to get the Widow Mines to connect to a 40 supply lead now. It's been a slow grind, but he is getting into... I mean, he's been in a leading position the whole time, and it continues to improve. He's been ahead on workers. We're really just waiting for that one fight where he really breaks forward. I think the only real way I see this going badly for Kira is maybe if Rogue was to get to, like, Lurkers or so, and you're trying to attack into Lurkers with this bio army. Something along those lines, perhaps. Trying to split up a little bit. A couple of these Widow Mine shots do connect. And this might just be it now. We'll run out of Banelings. There's a handful left, but they might just die before they get close. Hydra count is reasonable. We're going to fight into the Liberator just to help us out a little bit as these Marines take this trade. I mean, we're dropping the transfusions on Hydras in a desperation act of just trying to save what we can. Lings coming from the other side, and they set off the mine onto the Marines. Kira is still ahead massively, and he's going to show up on the right side. herO has to say GG. This really was a game decided early, and that is going to be this best of 3 going the way of Cure. It's a TVZ final, guys. We're being blessed with all the TVZ today. This bottom side of the bracket was like Percival, Solar. We didn't see it all, but like Percival, Solar, Percival, Rogue, Cure, and then Shin against Cure now in the final. Pretty sick. I guess it's nice for us seeing these TVZs at the end, because actually we didn't watch a lot of the TVZ early, so we've had a pretty good varied day overall. Cool. Cool. Cure takes on Shin in the finals, guys, coming up in a handful of moments for this Kung Fu Cup number 16 today. Get that going in just a few moments' time. Get that ready to go. Alright, guys. Wait for our videos. It's going to be best of 5 TVZ final. Shin versus Cure to win a Kung Fu Cup today. You will get it done. Do. Yeah, guys, just waiting for the videos. It's ready to go, man. It's kind of warm today again. The weather in the where I live in the UK, at least, it keeps going from like a very like mild day to like really warm days. It's like it's really throwing off, you know. Because now I'm just like, oh, today is nice and warm, and like it's like made me a bit sleepy. Ay 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 ay. Sam Fish is steady on a 3-stream watch stick. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching StarCraft with us. We do have a full weekend of StarCraft pretty much coming up, guys. I'm going to take Saturday off, but I'm here Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Let's show you guys a little bit of what's coming up Thursday and Friday. The WardiTV Summer Cup games continue with Group C tomorrow and Group D on Friday. This is what you can see over the next 2 days of the stream. Kua, Zaun, Mixu, and Christiana taking part tomorrow. And on Friday, Rogue, Beyond, Mana, and herO. And then on Saturday, like I said, I'm probably going to take the day off. And on Sunday, it's going to be OSC King of the Hill. And then back to the Monday Cup next week. So that's what's coming up as we get these Summer Cup groups finalized, get our playoffs set up, and all of that goodness. So you guys can enjoy that. Like I say, definitely drop by in the next couple of days. Hit that follow button to see when we're live. If you're on the YouTube, again, please do consider subscribing to the YouTube, guys. We are so close to the 50,000 subscriber mark. We're so close. We're at 49,800 YouTube subs. 812 to be exact. So help us get there. We're less than 200 away. So help us keep moving in that direction. We appreciate it if you do. Do. Lobby is coming up right now, guys, so we're not too far away from getting this absolutely started up. A few more moments. Like I say, we'll get this ready to kick off into more. Shin versus Kua. Best of 5 final. Shin looking for his 3rd Kung Fu Cup win. Kua looking for his 1st in this year's Kung Fu Cup competition. Kung Fu Cup really is blessed with a little bit more variance than the WardiTV Mondays, man. It's kind of crazy. Like, I really feel like my Monday Cup gets, like, cursed by, like, consistency. None of the other Open Cups, I feel like, have the issue to the same extent as that the Monday Cup does in terms of just repeated winners. Let's go to washout. And let's start this off. In the bottom left-hand side for the finals of Kung Fu Cup Weekly 16. The Blue Terran player, it is going to be Team Liquid's Kua coming through the previous round against Rogue, and before that he had to come through Clem. He's had a good run today. He is our Blue Terran in the bottom left, while in the top right, Shin has also had a pretty good run. He's taking out herO and Showtime. Showtime who took out Percival and Beyond as well, so it's been a tough section of the bracket for Shin to come through, and yet he is the one that's left standing from at the top side of the bracket to enter this grand final best of 5 Shin versus Kua, starting on washout for this opening game. Let's see where our grand finals takes us then. Q with the low ground barracks. We'll see if it's going to be multiple barracks or not. He has just had a game against Rogue in the semi-finals where he opened with multiple racks of Marines, and some early pressure saw him a very huge lead pretty early on. Double racks on the way from QS. It's going to get 2 of those coming about. So it's just going to be Reapers this time, not the Marines at least. Well, coming around, racks in the Reapers finishing, so it's going to be 2 Reapers at a time. 2x Reaper has not been super popular. Well, it wasn't super popular in the matchup in the current patch. But I don't know about on the 300cc version of the patch, because I think that might be... Maybe it fixes some of the timing issues that multi-Rex Reaper was having. Reaper shows up, a couple lings will be taking some damage. That's a lot of lings made actually from Shin though. It's 12 lings. I mean, it is double racks Reaper, so a few more not necessarily go amiss as the Queens try and put damage out. Obviously, one thing these Reapers are going to do for you is delay the 3rd hatchery at the moment. Let's pull back down. The Ling's going to gather around, see where they can go. A bit more damage out. Just going to be having the Reapers taking some damage as well, but they're doing what they need to do, keeping pressure up at the front. Doing a good job of that for now. Going to pull down to the low ground. We have obviously, because of the multi-Rex Reaper opening, got 2 racks early, so we've got the reactor and the tech lab set. I presume we're going to start stim with this next turn of gas we've just mined, and we can go from there into the upgrade and get ready to apply pressure with the Marines in the future. 3rd CC from Kira as well, so his economy continues to come online at the moment. Extra drones about to finish, the Queen about to pop, capturing the Evo chamber coming up from Shin. As the Zerglings try and poke at the front, the Reapers are going to be right there to meet those Zerglings. And I was just say, you guys don't get to do anything. Obviously, stimpacking the wall is very vulnerable, but unless you're making a more committed group of units here, I don't think anything is really going to come about from it. As that Overlord pops out again, the Queen gathers up. Banshee, Marines, the stimpack continue to join in, because Marines are going to be there to get the Overlord. And that will be supply block for Shin right now as well. Lings, Queens, the Carapace upgrade still going through. That Evo chamber coming up also. Again, just going to see the Banshee and the Marines continue to come about. Melee, Carapace. On the way, so we're going to see Shin come into the double upgrades pretty early. More Creep Gym is pulling over to the side. That Stimpak's about to finish. Medivacs Marines. And now we've got the combat shield starting as well, but I don't think Q is going to find much else. I mean, he's got Medivac soon, so that'll be his first real push to try and see something happening. like this from the Banshee. Work on these rocks. If these rocks go down, it blocks the 3 mineral patches. We talked about this a lot recently on Washout. And anytime you can actually deny the rocks, because that is the preferable 4th base for the players, denying those rocks, or denying the mineral patches is huge. So there goes -3 mineral patches on the 4th base. This being like a 9-patch blue-gold base is extremely powerful. Banshee unfortunately dies to the Queens. That was unnecessary, but like I say, I like what else we did there, but the Lings have a surround on these Marines. Is that good? There's Caribase upgrade for the Lings, so you would think it might be decent. More Extractor's going to come across into place. He's going to run over. Marines jump into the medevacs. They're going to pull back down away to the bottom side. We do have the extra hatches coming through. Hydra Den, Baneling Nest continue to produce through the 2-2 upgrades on the side of Shin. Coming across also. We got the 1-1 from Kua. Also about to be done in a couple of moments' time. And again, medevacs joining up. The Marines still heading over to the far right side at the moment. Crowtail on the 143-month resub. 12 years next month. That's actually kind of crazy. Holy. Probably we've had a sub button for nearly 12 years at that. Yeah, that's actually right. Hope you're doing well, mate. 12 years next month is actually wild. Crazy business. And just have ourselves the medevacs are up in a few of the Marines are up in a few of the medevacs and we're pulling back. Shin keeping control of his base is currently set across the 5 bases at the moment. Bane speed will be halfway done. 2-2 very quick in comparison to that Bane speed. So the upgrades are really solid here from Shin. He's going to have some timing windows where he is up 2-2 to the 1-1. So that'll be very interesting to see as well as we pull back away from a couple of those Banelings, getting out of reach there for a couple moments. See the Marines just gathering up. The medevacs join together again. 2-2 upgrades. The Baneling speed and the musical augments coming up as well. Yeah, the 2-2 is about to be done. Musical augments still coming about. We've got the 2-2 and the +1 vehicle weapons coming in from Kua. Marines and tanks, medevac as well coming over. Command center going to get down to the bottom. Big push from Kua, set him in the center. Shin's max though. He's got a massive counterattack on the bottom side of the map already as well. There we go, Ling Bane already going to run through. The Ling's already hitting the 3rd base as well. The Marines tucked away in that corner. Now he got blasted. They just about got away, but I mean, the supply isn't even close at the end of this one. Shin is absolutely destroying Kua. My goodness, that was... I mean, he just had a ton of units around the bottom. The central fight just went brilliantly as well. Obviously, I mean, that was just a lot lost from Fury. It's going to be hard for him to stop the Swarm hitting his bases now, especially when you're just trying to defend a 3rd. The Banelings, though, roll headfirst into Marines and tanks, and that's not going to let any of the Banelings connect. So, Shin loses a little bit of the momentum he's gained. That was maybe a little bit more aggro than it needed to be. Banelings is going to go get the wrap around here. Marines, the tanks getting caught. Medevacs going to play the evacuation. I don't hate that Kia tried to push out after that, because honestly, those Banes all going down to those Marines at least gave Kia maybe a minuscule amount of hope to kind of have a bit of momentum, because that was probably one of the worst fights Shin's going to have from here on out. So I don't hate that too much. Festa finishes again. Hydras and Ling still coming across. Three coming about. Marines, tanks, the medevac coming up. Viper and the Lings coming over as well. Lings and Hydras will gather back once more. Yeah, another CC down in position on that bottom side, that blue gold base. And somewhere that Q wants to hold on to. Shin, kind of a shame because he really did have pretty much everything in his hands, and he just lost a bit of momentum with that fight. That was not so pretty. See what happens next. Go with this army gonna come across. We are gonna be seeing Lingbait and Hydra ready to make a shove. This is where at least the town's a bit better set up. Great blinding clouds though. It's gonna give you a free avenue straight into all the siege tanks without taking a lot of splash. This order has to lift up into the sky. Now we're gonna run up the ramp. A few Banes trying to reach. We don't have enough to get toward the Marines fully, although we do have some Hydras behind. Do we have enough Hydras to fight those Marines? Shin is gonna back up instead and just get going again. Probably not the wrong choice. Seeing a couple more tank shots going off onto the Lings here for a few moments. Spire going through the Journal Glands building. I mean, Shin just has a lot on the way, and every time they fight, it seems so comfortable for Shin. Hydra, Lingbane, ready to go once more. Kira has built back up to 170 supply. How many more times can he absorb this damage while trying to hold a fourth base is the question. I think that's really the issue as well, right? It's like, if you have a fourth, you know, if you're only ever defending your fourth, how do you ever get to the fifth? How do you ever get to that next base along? You're putting no pressure on the Terran, who's on a, no pressure on the Zerg, he's got a ton of bases up in return as well. Rough 12 SCVs down from Kua. Shin continues to look good. Hydra Lingbane coming about. Fire's gonna fight, just gonna be seeing the Lingbait and Hydra coming over, just gonna see the Ling's gonna try and dive through. Great Spire, all setting up. And dive in once again, Lingbait and Hydra gonna start coming across. In we go, tank. Gonna get picked away at, again. Shin's got 4,000 minerals and 1,500 gas banked. It's going to be a swing after swing after swing from him to finally get the GG, and it is going to be Shin to go up 1-0 in this best of 5. Alright, Shin takes the opening game. We, again, just kind of saw that one coming for a while. Shin had a really good fight in the middle of the map a few minutes earlier. I say a few minutes earlier. It felt like it was, what, like 6 minutes ago, around 10 minutes or so. The last few fights felt like a formality. As we'll head into game 2 in a second. Lobby link is up for lockdown. See if Kira can have a better time on this one. Go, go. Gets cold. Go, go. Countdown is on. Let me get this ready to go. Let's get into lockdown. Top right hand side, our blue Terran player down a map and looking to bring us back in this finals. This is going to be Cure. Shin with the 1-0 lead in this final, looking for his third Kung Fu Cup victory of this season. You can see our racks coming up behind the command center. So from 2 racks in the last game to the CC first here from Cure. Mixing it up game by game. So I'm going to get the big eco going this time around. There's racks coming through. It's going to be 2 racks behind the command center first. Get that on the go. I see Barracks 3 starting as well as Cure again. Very heavy on the Bioforce. These bio-heavy, so biocentric TVZs have been definitely becoming a lot more popular. Seems to be all the rage at the moment. Back on the way. Link speed is building up. That's going to have ourselves a lair. Going to be the choice from Shin's going to go for the 2-base lair that's also been very popular as of late. Building through. Just going to see the Bane Nest coming up. Hatchery on the way. Again, we get that on the way through. Bane Nest, Extractors all coming about. Stimpak Combat Shield building up as well. Factory will be on its way. Obviously, difficult to really get two out on the map early when you don't have the medevacs. Or until you may get those medevacs up. Spire is building from Shin. The failing speed is already producing. It's the Spire as a choice from Shin. He's also got the Bane speed coming up at a very appropriate time as well, so we get that on the way through. And Spire is about to be done. The Marines heading down. Creep Tumor picked off already. Going to get toward the Overlord. The Marines coming across. A couple of Banes gather. Again, Bane speed will be finished very shortly here. Just having ourselves these Marines. I do not love where they're at. This is obviously without medevacs, so you don't have a free getaway. We're going to try and target the Banes down. To be fair, we get most of them. It's just the Lings are going to be good enough anyway, and this is a disaster class from Kua. Well, okay, his economy's good, but now the Ling count's very scary, and you just lost all the Marines and Mutas on the way, so if you do not have anti-air, this could snowball so badly for you. Does Shin want to spend some gas on Banelings? No, he decides to go +1 air weapons instead of +1 flyer attack. I wonder if he'd go for some Banes and try and bust into the natural. Tell you what, the medevacs leaving onto the map does not bode well. If those mutas find them, that could be absolutely, truly disastrous. Okay, he finds it, but at least the Marines are already unloaded. However, if the Lings are threatening enough and you can just force the medevacs to have to decide whether they want to load or not, still not exactly ideal. Shin's going to play for the wraparound. We have to drop a secondary stim. We're going to target fire mutas. Well, maybe we should have been a bit more careful with the mutas. -3 when you only had 7 is not exactly great for your muta count, but you've once again completely denied the Terran's army and the entire establishment of the Terran in the early stage. Factory moves over, gets a reactor starting. I do not love the muta countering now. Because he didn't even add mutas after he lost a few. He's still only on the 4. Prioritizing the melee and the carapace upgrades instead. It's just prioritizing the future outside of those mutas, but I feel like Kua was saved a little bit by the fact he got to target down the mutas. Like, if those Lings had just killed those Marines and we have 7 mutas left, getting into those mineral lines feels a lot more potent. And like, there's a lot more opportunity. I guess it's hard to really just like it for Shin still. I still think it's been good for him, just theorizing what else or how else this could have maybe played out. Let's clean up some rocks, open up some space in the center. We do have 2-1 upgrades building from Kua. So he's ahead on the attack upgrade, and he's about even on the armor upgrade when you compare it to the Zerg. Now you see Shin with the mutalist count having grown. So yeah, like I say, he didn't go right back into the mutas. He prioritized other things. Now he's got that muta count going once again. And he's up to 87 workers. So his economy's booming on the 4 bases. Fifth hatchery is probably needed soon. I think he's getting into the top left in a second. There it is. Being placed down. Carapace upgrade just finished up. Mutas are going to engage. Hitting these depots for a few moments. Going to knock them down. 1, 2, and add a couple Widow Mines in for good measure. Why not? The Marines, the medevacs, the mines settling down there as well. The Ling Bane still coming across. Ready to run into this. Marines stim up and just say, no, not just yet. As Bane's still settling into the defensive position. The Mutas are going to threaten the counter-attack. It's not everything from Cure, but obviously, if he wants to reinforce, he's going to have to send units across the map at some stage. And if he doesn't reinforce, then the Mutas might be able to help overwhelm this position as well. Couple Widow Mines, dangerous at first. Try and target those down. Got another one just a moment ago. I think Bane's still headed forward, those few Marines pulling it back. Resetting for a couple of seconds here. We've seen the rest of this all coming around, so we settle in. Just going to be seeing the Marines taking on this hatchery in the top left. That is going to go down already. Picking that off right away here. Marines still gathering up. Ling Bane going to make a move. Mutas are coming forward as well. Bane's going to get targeted. Another swarming play from Shin. How many times in this entire series is Cure just going to get swarmed with almost no hope? It's rough when you lose everything as well. Like, sometimes as a Terran you get jumped on, it's okay, you evacuate a couple of medevacs at least, some units get out alive. He lost everything again. Shin's about to get the +2 Carapace, +2 melee is not far behind. There's a very small handful of units top left that may have some opportunity, but there's actually a bunch of Banes nearby, so unless the Widow Mines do some work, that's going to be tough. These Widow Mines have to do work as well. What can we do about them? Banes is going to run into them, honestly. Not terrible, because we actually blew up the majority of the mines as they fired. So while the Bane lanes obviously went down, we killed most of the mines. There's one left over. It's actually going to get a really good connection. And Shin is looking to deny the fourth base, and denying the fourth base is obviously a huge possibility here, because that's just going to take the economy away from Cure in the future. We talked about it in the first game. It's a very similar scenario where basically it is a very similar scenario to the first game, where basically you just see that Cure is not going to have the supply to keep on, and especially, I mean, especially losing the fourth base, you just don't have the money to kind of stay in this either. Obviously, this ends a lot sooner than the fourth base dying really has an impact on. But if this was Shin who backed away, it just would have been, like I said, a repeat of that previous game. Shin is just putting some absolute work on Kira right now, and Kira is not even getting close to setting up into good positions. He's getting completely denied across the board. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright guys, we run some ads and hope that Kira brings us back in this series, because right now it is a bit of a stomping that we are seeing. It is a bit of a stomping. Let's jump into At Eternity's Edge. I have a bugged out lobby here, guys. We'll take a moment to rehost this one. I join this one again. Bugged again. 2 out of 2, unfortunately. To be fair, we got into the rest of the games pretty easily today. We've only had the bug once. Now we get hit back to back. Attempt 3. Third time's the charm. Go, 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 go. See what happens. Shin said something that made Kira laugh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I mean, it's been pretty good today. No, it bugged out one time, but now it's just not letting us start the game, guys. Yay! We got in game! We did it. We did it. Alright, game 3 coming up here. Shin versus Kira. At attendees, that's going to be our map. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid, down 0-2 and looking to turn this grand final around. It is Kira. Taking on the Red Zerg, who's been awesome in this series, and actually just awesome on the day in general. It is Shin. Hatchery is down, the Overlords fly, and will Shin be bringing it home in game 3? He's just been playing great. He's had good cleanups early in the game multiple times over, and every time he has a good cleanup, he is just capitalizing well. He's playing really well afterwards to maintain that, and he's just putting himself in great positions to take swarming fights that are just not even close for the most part. Couple queens, couple lings, the Overlord will come about. And in fact, coming about, the little Reaper Grenade goes down, Zergling's going to gather up on the high ground, Queens and drones on the way over. Dragons and the Queen just going to be there. That Reaper getting pushed away for a couple of moments. Factory about to be done. There's orbital coming up. The SCV on the way as well. Things gathered around again. The few drones keep building. Link speed coming through. The couple queens are going to get there. Push that Reaper back away. Starport halfway done. The lair is producing. Again, Shin is really enjoying just this 2-base lair opening. A lot of versatility from it as well. You don't have to go into like a fast spire or anything like that. You got a lot of options in terms of how you can approach things. Again, it's a turtle and only push when maxed. I feel like that's not a good strategy to go into the very start of a TVZ with, though, is it? And those queens. Oh, not gonna get the Reaper. Reaper just escapes. It's gonna be Banshee and Cloak from Q. I mean, hey, that's a bit of a change of pace. Maybe it's something that can put some work in for him. Finish the wall off. We do have the additional barracks coming behind it. So is that 3 racks before 3rd CC? Yeah. Wow. So very much so kind of more on the aggressive front again. And 3rd CC going to be a little bit on the later route of this. Alliance join up just in the center. Stimpack cloaking the +1 coming through. Banshee just gonna shoot a couple drones, take some shots. I mean, we have the Queen nearby, we have the Spore set up as well. Six meters on the way. That carapace upgrade coming over also. Just going to see 11 drones are producing through. The Spore coming up. The Lings are going to gather. And drones transfer. And there's the first meters are on the map. Let's see how we do as Shin. It has been this kind of point in the game where Shin has had good cleanups in the game 1 and 2 to set him off in the right direction. He'll be a bit safer this time around. Just going to be there, just going to be seeing the meters so far deflected, and that's not a bad start. Not going to let much damage happen. 3rd CC coming up. I think they were going to be pretty heavy on the Marine count from Q because it wasn't a super fast 3rd CC, it was a fast 3 racks instead. Putting up the 12 workers or so as obviously a 3rd CC will be moving across soon. What I will say is that while we didn't really... I mean, basically Shin didn't take any damage early, right? And for this being a later 3rd CC... that feels very good for him, because now his economy is starting to boom. The next couple of moments are interesting, because there's going to be a moment or so here in the next few seconds that was almost perfect meter micros. If we just hadn't lost that meter, that would have been great, just getting the max value from them. But the next few moments, if Shin kind of continues to be fine and stay alive and your economy starts booming, then this has got to be seen as a major success from him. No damage taken, meters on the map, map control gained. It's not even really close. Let's get in for a couple more shots. Like I say, you don't even need much from the mutas if you can maintain map control. If the Terran is not on the map, you're already gaining in a big way. Tries to get a cancel on that 4th command center. Split from Kira is good. The Marines nearby enough to play the defense so far. Oh, Clem Banshee shows up, and this base doesn't have a spore yet, so the drone's in some trouble. And Kira will actually strike for some damage, even going to force the mutas to come back home. Overseer's going to pop. He'll get on that Banshee's tail. Going to lose 2 more drones, 4 and 5. And that should be it as the mutas get there. Okay, not a massive pullback from Shin, but a few moments of reprieve for Kira, as now he can maybe plan his next move. I mean, mutas are back onto the map, but Kira is massing up in numbers. Upgrades are a bit more even than they have been. We've had kind of some large upgrade leads throughout the series for either player. But now it's fairly even position. My problem in this game is that, yes, Kira didn't lose like a big army and get overwhelmed, but he's also applied 0 pressure, right? Like, the Banshees have been about it. And so Shin is now the 84 drone Zerg who's taking, even skipping a base in the bottom left to go straight towards the gold because he's so confident in his map control. And Kira's just sitting there. I mean, he's going to take a 4th base. He's got a Thor popping up. Don't get me wrong, he is getting into better and better positions. He's putting himself in better places. I guess we'll see what comes next. He has come back across. We'll get through. Actually going to find the first Thor of the game. It's a pretty big kill. The sort of thing that can stop some of this muted momentum and gets denied instantly. Again, just a moment of confidence from Shin, who makes a pick off, keeps expanding. I mean, just expanding everywhere, has complete and total control of this. I think this game 3 is a follow-up from games 1 and 2, where it's just Kira is just so worried about what happens if he moves out too soon, that now he just doesn't move out at all, and hence, he sits there and Shin just dominates the map. Now, that's not to say Kira can't win from here, but it does feel like Kira is playing into the hands of Shin, where Shin is just going to get to do everything, teching up right now. The big question for Shin is making sure you can deal with the army when that moment eventually comes around. And the only thing I would say is I would like to see him really start, stacking the resources up right now. He's done a lot of teching and adding and all of this. He actually needs to have some resources banked so that when a bigger fight happens, he has the ability to go for that big, quick rebuild and to kind of really set back up from that position, because otherwise, he could end up in some trouble for sure. It's down the right side. I'm going to dive toward the main base. He's trying to get in. Missile turret going to shoot. A couple of units just getting pushed back already. That's an unstoppable pork. Thank you so much for the 45-month resub. Zergs are back. Hell yeah. He's trying to transfer to that right side. His gold's already been mined from Shin, so again, that's major. But Kira actually stepping out from his his 5th base, sorry, and actually starting to put some pressure in. The mine shot hits the Lings, the Banes. Obviously want to get to the Marines. The Medivacs are going to have to lift the Thors up. This base is doomed. The mutas are going to be too much. But Kira doesn't come out losing a ton of supply, at least, right? Like, Shin lost a good amount of supply himself on this trade, and that's very different to what we've seen before. We're now building 5 command centers at a time. Toy Mine's gonna burrow up. Can we kill them before the shots? No! That was a massive Widow Mine shot in the background of those Banelings. These Widow Mines at least don't do much. 2 Widow Mines onto the 3 Lings or so. I'm keeping Q away from a 5th base, but it shouldn't be forever, realistically. He's gonna gather in the center and look to keep on fighting. Widow Mine gonna get grabbed. A couple of Banes trying to roll through. It'd be nice to get these other mines before they came back off cooldown. Doesn't quite happen though. Hard fight to see just because the Medivacs are blocking a lot of the view, but I think Shin has to back it away. And again, he's not overwhelming in these larger fights like he was able to find. He found a lot of overwhelming fights in that in the previous games of this series. This time, not quite the case. I love the drop on these rocks, and Shin is going to evacuate the gold. The benefit for Shin is that he mined this gold from a very early stage, which means he's already had a lot of the resources off it, so that's nice. He's heading through. This hatchery is going to fall. The Ling Bane still gathering over on the left side. Marines cleaned up, but we did deny. I mean, we denied the gold base and this far right base, so a couple of good moments from Cure. Again, playing a much slower game, and right now it's starting to make it look as though it's going to work for him a little bit. $30 Lings, 20 Banes all coming up, +3 melee, +2 flyer carapace. We're just going to dive back into the main, get a couple of missile turrets going down already. And this is nice, denying the reactors and so on. The reactors aren't easy to rebuild there. They just take a long time to rebuild, so it is annoying to rebuild them. I guess it's easy, you just press the reactor button. But it does take a long time. And for how easy they are to kill, they're typically very big. It's typically a very good thing for you to do. Things come back around. Just going to see this Ling Bane meter force gathering up. Widow Mine that Shin's not looking at. Taking both the base on this right side is kind of crazy. Just finding opportunities to get a few free mines. Sense Tower as well. Meters, if there's nothing nearby, are going to have a good time. I mean, where's the Thors at, no? He's got one. I know he's lost some Thors through the game, but you kind of need these Thors to keep these meters pinned back a lot of the time as well. And these meters are starting to just create way too much control for the stage of the game that we're at. Like, at this stage of the game, I feel like these meters should, begin to be more of a detriment to a Zerg than a positive. Where it's very hard to actually find enough damage with them to justify them taking up army supply, and yet here we are. They are doing great so far. Thor joins up, Liberator sits there. Just going to be seeing the +3 flare attack coming around. The command centers in production as well. Let's get over to that right side. The Overseers gather up. Just going to be seeing the 3 missile turrets on the way. There is going to be the Ghost Academy coming up as well. +3 vehicle planes still coming through. A couple of Banes are going to gather. Setting up to push down to this bottom side. Going to come from 2 angles. Ling Bane spreading and attacking. In we go. Shin's supply dropping heavily. I mean, how much? You must have a lot of lava to rebuild on the back of this as well, though, right? He has 66 lava banked up, so he'll be remaxed instantly. Ultra's now on the way through. And trying to deny this planetary, I mean, the gold base feels like something you don't really want to let the Terran have, but if you're holding all of the rest of the map anyway, and don't forget, we've already mined some of the resources off this gold base as well as Shin, so that's already kind of an added bonus. So it's going to hit this hatchery going down. Now Kira gets to be across the map. He's actually going to take down a base, and of course Shin's army is not always the best. Yeah, his army is not always the best at kind of taking straight up fights. So when the Terran pushes into him, he's got to be kind of cautious to, think whether he can actually take that fight or not. Typically, the Zerg, you want to be swarming and coming in from all those angles. He is going to deny the bottom left, though. I don't think Kira has anything nearby, so the gold base of Kira will go down. The Ultra's going to chomp that very comfortably. Sends down the missile turret as well, just for good measure. She needs a couple overlords supply blocked right now, so has a ton of resources. These Ultras ain't stopping. They feel as though there's opportunity here, and so on they go. The mines are going to help a lot. Can we kill this planetary? We can if nothing repairs it, and the repair was very late. That's all going to go down too. Oh my goodness. This was very Marauder heavy. If the heavy meters had shown up there, I guess apart from the Thor, they would have had a wild time. A couple more Widow Mines get burrowed up. I mean, most of these Ultras are going to go down, but after seeing some pretty insane success, how many Thors are left? 2, because we're going into another round of meters. 15 more meters being added. That's scary when there's so many Widow Mines on the map. I honestly would have just preferred another round of Ultras and just going for more of what we just saw, because that was already successful. I feel like another round of what we just had, it would not be a bad thing here. He's come about, just gonna see the Thor in the mines gather up. Couple mine shots, Kira trying to push up. The Muta Cloud. Is our goal just to deny all the production? Because that feels like the goal right now as these Mutas get to work. Check back in on them, because I mean Kira's got a really good push coming his way. Thor is gonna pop out. Like I say, we just invested into so many Mutas recently. But it's so scary because of all the mines that are around, especially right now. The Mutas don't have the vision with them. No Overseer left with them at the moment. Feelings and Bane's going to roll in. Those Marines a little bit late to split. Now the Mutas are going to come in from the other side, which, what are they going to do? They're going to dive for the Thors. It's going to work out. There's enough Mutas to make that be an okay trade. You know the Widow Mine's on cooldown as well because he ran in with the Ling Bane before this. Widow Mine getting eaten up by the Overseers. The Widow Mine or 2 still coming off. Going to hit a couple more of these Mutas still. Missile turrets coming down now also. 40 Banelings, couple Ultras all coming up. Bioforce gathering. Medivacs coming over. Those fans are mostly rolling in Marauders. The never-ending question for Zerg and ZVT: can you actually kill the Terran army? It's a very good question. We're going to take probably it needs a couple of rounds of units. The problem is we don't have a lot of gas right now as Shin, so he doesn't have a lot of rebuild outside of Zerglings. Base goes down. Kira lost about 20 supply here already. The thing is, the Mutas can obviously be very threatening on the counterattacks, but this is why I don't love the Mutas, because A, they ate up a lot of the gas, and B, the Widow Mines are just terrifying for them. And if these Mutas aren't doing enough, then you cannot clean up this army of the Terran right now, and that is extremely scary. And now that we've lost a bunch of Mutas again, this is 36 Mutas dead in the game. Now that there's only 9 left, are these Mutas ever going to be useful? Because now they're not scary enough to actually kill anything anymore. Ling's going to try and run it by for some chaos. Again, there's just mines littered everywhere, so it's a very messy affair. We are going to get the bio into a great choke point there with that orbital command. Jesus. That's awesome. Next bit of Ling Bane, the Burrow all coming through. Gonna lose the base on the right-hand side. I mean, Shin has money, but he needs gas. I mean, that base actually still mining with gases right there is actually a super big deal. As you fight for Shin, you can already see the Bane struggling to kind of reach the Bio Army, trying to roll in right now. Terran trying to escape to the corner. The last few Banelings going to get at least a few of the Marines. At least we're connected on something. There's a massive army top right that's very heavily stimmed already. Link's still counterattacking through. Q is not exactly going to have reinforcements of his own, where Shin is still just about scraping together enough units coming back over. Ultras infest as the Lings continue to build. Widowmine hits a bunch of Lings as well. Heals drop down over on the right side. Command Center going to float across orbital, coming over as we just try and reposition. I mean, this is a fresh base for Q essentially. At this point, or at least it will feel like it. Fungal growth going down as we actually added an Infestor too. I like that to try and slow down this Terran army a bit and to give you a little bit of a better time into it. Shin trying to break through, doesn't quite get there. He's going to counterattack down the bottom. I just don't think Q can bring enough stuff up anymore. I think eventually he gets overrun. It was a great effort, though. Made us think about it. You know, made us believe a little bit, if nothing else. Ultras, Lings all over the place. The SCVs going down this fresher base. Going to have to lift off for a few moments. Kira has 5 workers left in the game. 5 SCVs, mules in a dream. He's mining with some mules over here, and Shin knows it. Shin losing a hatchery himself as he tries to take over the 5th base of Kira from earlier in the game. And Shin still needs to be careful. His army supply is still down. I get it, he wants to deny the mining bases of the Terran, but he needs to make sure he mines enough himself and actually maybe spend some of this final bits of money. He's got 73 workers. Shin benefits from just sort of letting his workers mine, because he has workers where Kua does not. The mines. Oh, pretty darn good. How many kills do they have? Oh, 15 and 29. Oh my god, those mines are massive. Jesus. Corruptor's coming out and actually chasing down the Medivacs. I like that at this stage too. It's a scrappy enough game that denying the Medivacs will be big. And the Corruptor's going to always, of course, spray some of these bases as well, right? So having some form of anti-air also stops your opponent from getting into Liberators against this. By pushing up a couple Ultra step away, Corruptor's gathering. And then Ultra continues to gather about just to set this army up. Orbital going to move across over to the side. Going to drop down in position. Ooh, I just lost 6-7 drones. Widow mines over here. I mean, every scrappy unit obviously comes into this right now as Cure, with 1 SCV left in the game, is purely producing off of the mules he's dropping. Does he have enough? Widow mine's going off. Bane Ultra has run through this position. It's an army supply lead for Shin. That doesn't happen a lot. And I think it's going to be good enough to see this through to a victory. 3-0 with a hell of an effort in the final game from Shin to finally get the job done. It was a very dominant games 1 and 2. This game 3 was kind of dominant, but not really, like, in the same way. I honestly think the moment he went from 50, he added those 15 meters, that was such a scary moment. I just don't think they did enough. Like, I honestly think because he had such a good trade with the Ultras, I really feel like if in that moment he rebuilds Ultras and goes again, I just don't think Kyo can have enough to defend. And it's not that I don't see the value in having, like, a big meter cloud. It's just, I think in that moment when you just won a big fight, you could have just overran with the Ultras in a round 2, honestly. Crazy. Hectic game. 3-0 is going to be our scoreline to wrap us up, and Shin is going to be a Kung Fu champion for a 3rd time. How about that? Congrats to Shin. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all for hanging out with us for some StarCraft 2. If you've enjoyed, don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow. If you're on the Twitch, don't forget you can use your Prime sub to subscribe. We're trying to keep above 500 subs. We're back to 498, so we're back below once again. So help us out there if you do so fancy it. And yeah, thank you so much for watching some cool games of StarCraft with us. Tomorrow and Friday, we're back with the WardiTV Summer Cup. So I'll see you guys Thursday and Friday for some Summer Cup action. And yeah, I'll see you guys the next couple of days. You guys have a great rest of your day. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.